Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Titan Divinity League Grand Finals. My name is TokiB. Joining me is Sater today, and how are you feeling tonight?
Tired, as always. The Irish time zone is a bit of a tough one, but I'm still here regardless. Want to check in and see how everyone is doing, and especially you, Toki. It's nice to be back with you.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Looking forward to casting yet another Grand Finals. I believe this will be my last one with Titan for this season, so let's just finish this off with a banger, and it should be a banger match tonight because we have Monkey's Night City versus Conduit Esports first rounded, and both had a very tough time to get into the grand finals, 3-2 in the semifinals for both, but they're here now, and it should be a pretty solid match tonight.
Yeah, from what I saw, there is some very interesting seeding going on here as well, 2 to 11. So there is heavy favorites going into this, but the great thing about heavy favorites is they can be knocked off their perch very quickly with just one good game, one good start, one good draft, and you can put them on the back foot. And so far, I'm already liking the Lilia ban. I already like seeing that one disappear because that has been terrorizing solo queue as of late.
Yeah, Lilia can quite literally run away with games, doesn't need a dash just because of that ridiculous movement speed, but looks like it's going to be mostly focused in the jungle right now. It's going to be Lilia and Volibear banned away by Conduit. And then Monkey so far just banning away the Gragas. Now, I believe that is a top lane Gragas primarily from So Easy. But the Trundle's going to follow as well. And it's still interesting to me how this whole meta has developed from the start of the season. We saw mostly 80 carry bans, mostly 80 carry focus for the first phase. And just towards the latter half of the season, once the playoffs began, everyone just started banning away the junglers instead.
Yeah, it has been a role that's been more focused in that kind of 1, 2, 3. It has kind of shifted that way because junglers have so much more agency now, and they have a lot more they have to do, especially as the seasons went on. Everyone started to realize double scuttles, grubs, Drake, Barons, Akatans, Rift Heralds. They have a list of things they have to complete. And two of the major feats are kind of like centered around getting objectives, getting that first tower. And if your jungler's behind, you're automatically losing that. And that's where the biggest kind of weakness comes in that role, is that if you fall behind, you are out. So giving them a nice priority pick is good. But there's one of them. There's the Jin Zhao. But the Ashe, that's a strange one for game one, no?
Yeah, it's a strange one overall, game one or otherwise. We haven't really been seeing a lot of Ashe in the Divinity League. Smolder on the side of Conduit, yes, we've been seeing a decent amount of Smolder. Not always in the first game, but typically even in a best of 3, Smolder will eventually either be picked or banned later on. But we have the Pantheon going in second. Usually pretty decent into Xin Zhao. Might not be able to 1v1, but with the Grand Starfall, will be able to create plays on the opposite side of the map. As we do see the Braum locked in as well, so a little bit of safety for that Smolder.
Yeah, and then the Enchanter coming through to help out the Ashe. You just add more damage, you volley in, and you just get absolutely rinsed out by a lethal tempo Ashe. So enjoying that one, and I'm hoping, and I'm already seeing some mid bans come through. You need to be slowly chipping away at these, take away the Syndra's, the Oris, the Azirs, the Thalias, picks like that. It may be Emerald, but they can still pull those champions off if they've put the time on them. But they're going to go towards top side here. So I'm kind of thinking maybe they want to get some priority top lane picks in there, but what really is the best one to go for here? Because you already have decent engage. Do you want to carry off of that side?
I'm guessing that that's what they're looking for, because typically the Malphite is really good at shutting down certain carries in the top lane. So I'm guessing that's where their focus is going to be. Maybe even something like the Kled, potentially a Fiora. I believe So Easy does play the Fiora. So we could be seeing that coming out, as we do see that Talia getting locked into the mid lane. Like you said, they did ban away the Mel, the Syndra, and the Azir, but you're always going to have to leave something out there, and Hui going to be the response.
Yeah, big fan of the Wei pick coming in here. I do really enjoy that one. We could see maybe Renekton or something heading up towards this top side. That seems to be like the kind of premier choice, and it's not bad into Gnar either, so we still could see a Renekton. But I'm still trying to get grips coming down from Vanquisher to have a look at everything that's going on here. I need to reset my drafting senses here. But yeah, Renekton. Yeah, that's.
You still got it. You still got it.
Got one. One of 4.
Hey, you predicted the Talia. You got the Jhin. I think that's pretty okay. But yeah, we're looking at these two drafts. But one issue I'm already seeing on the side of Monkeys is it's going to be really difficult for them to kind of start fights. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is kind of their only real solid long-range engage. Outside of that, it's really just maybe shove someone back with Giraffe Rider, and maybe Wheeze and Gladic can just kind of run in, but they're not full tanks. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them to get in there. And there's a decent amount of counter engage on the side of Conduit.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning more towards Conduit side because they have that kind of like buffer of we have a smolder, it'll be fine later on, and there isn't that like, oh my god, tank. There isn't, for example, the Malphite that was banned, there isn't something that's just going to out survive it. So I am leaning towards it. It's just I do like when you see a Talia be really proactive with those ults and set up really nice fights for them. Because if you set up for a Jhin, put a wall beside him, and he's able to get onto a key target, it's not getting touched. No one's getting into range, and Jhin can just put that ult up. So it should be a very, very good setup for fights if Giraffe Rider can set it up. So I do like this Talia, but I am... top lane, Toki, we need to talk about this. Renekton and Gnar, if they're left alone, that's going to be a bloodbath of a lane, because I know when I'm playing both sides of that matchup, I just want to fight. It's just fun to fight that matchup. So it's going to be a bloodbath if they're left alone. What do you think?
100% agree. We've seen this matchup before, and it's always been a fun one, but it is time to head to the Rift for game number 1 between Conduit and Monkeys. These two orgs always doing pretty well, but it's time to see which one is better, at least for the Divinity League.
Yeah, it's all the drafting has been done, the thoughts, the coaches, everything's been done. Now it's just down to the players. It's just down to hands. Because at the end of the day, if you can mechanically beat someone in your lane, that's going to set you up pretty nicely here. So drafting done, ideas are set, plans are in motion, and wards are going to go down deep into the jungle as per usual. As it's going to be a lot of poke heading towards Giraffe Rider there, but Glada will take away that first ward. They're going to get a second one onto the red. That's sneaky. That's nice. I like that little bit of adaption coming in there.
Yeah, and it wasn't pinged out, so it doesn't seem like they saw the ward go down. So this could be pretty good for Conduit, because typically when you know the wards are down, you know when you're ready to show, though. My entire point is completely removed, as Glada will be going down to just clear that ward. But what I was going to say is when you know the vision is there, you can kind of deal with it. You show when you want to show, but when you're not aware of the ward, it's kind of harder to balance that out. But it will get cleared away, and we are going to have our lanes now. You were saying this top lane matchup is probably the one to watch because that's where most of the action is going to be. And do you think that is still going to be the best lane?
I say that, but anything can happen anywhere. It is one of those things where every caster says that's where the action should be. That's where we should see the most ranged into melee, and Renekton wanting to constantly dash in, dash out, get damage, all of that good stuff. But on the other end of things, anything could happen in any lane. Braum could just land a very, very nice concussive blows. You could see that stack up, and suddenly there's flashes being blown left and right. Smolder's actually very good at proccing it as well, because they have the auto attack reset on their Q, as we do see Soaz, which is so close to Soaz, so they get so much respect from me, but it's not quite there. But we'll see if they can pull off a Soaz or two in the top side. But also that mid lane, Toki, it's one of those lanes where Hui has more abilities than any other champion in the game, and they don't have to change forms for it. So we could see something happen in that mid lane. But both junglers, that's what I want you to talk about now, Toki. They're both very active in the early game. Which one's going to act first?
I mean, just judging by the lane states and how the push has been going, I wouldn't be surprised to see Conduit make the first move. And I think on Pantheon, you have a lot of damage early on. Your base stats are just really strong overall. But kind of taking an interesting route, going over to the Krugs before the red buff. But if anything, I think this more shows that they want the red buff as late as possible so they have more time with it for any of these ganks and fights later on.
Yeah, as I'm just having a look here.
Oh, so easy. Taking a lot of damage will bounce away. But 1 HP, I think Wheeze could look for this, but with flash up, not going to burn it quite yet. Just going to push so easy out of the lane. But even when you shove out the Gnar out of the lane like that, there's still an 8 CS lead right now for So Easy. There's still the teleport later on, though. So Easy did cancel the recall. So could still be a very scary moment up there.
Yeah, before I saw my little Solwaz up there, I'm gonna keep calling them Solwaz just because I'm a Fnatic fan. But I did see that Xin Zhao actually cleared their side of the quadrant quicker and got down to that scuttle crab, but they went towards bot side to try and like maybe find an opportunity for a gank instead of heading towards that top side and possibly contesting the Pantheon on the
Yeah,
top
but an
scuttle.
Asian gonna be up here. They're gonna be looking towards Wheeze, and the flash is gonna be burned early. So they still have their stun, they still have the shield vault, and Wheeze looking for so easy, but not gonna be able to find it. One more stun, one more auto, and first blood going over to Nation.
Yeah, that was very, very unlucky there. That was really well played by Renekton to respect and then buy themselves some time, think about it and go, okay, I'm not getting out. Let's see what I can do with this. Everything kind of worked out in the favor of the side of Conduit, though, as they will get first blood in that top side. It will go over to the Pantheon. That will be a nice and easy setup for Pantheon to get that completed item. They got serrated dirt. They're going to have a lot more damage going through now. And yeah, it's going to be Pantheon on top for the moment. I was just asking about which jungler first, and looks like we got our answer.
Yeah, I was expecting the Pantheon to make the play first, but I was expecting it to go kind of towards that bot side instead. I think Fallen Ward and Grim Defier, they're not fully pushed up, but there's definitely a better angle for Nation to kind of go from behind. But again, the top lane is the more volatile between the two. I think So Easy can definitely snowball this lane, especially with that extra range matchup. But even saying that, we seems to be still doing fine trading, even against that Phage.
Doing fine just for the moment, as we do see that first Drake is now being taken, and it will be taken by Monkeys. So it will be a decent start for them in terms of objectives. We don't see any grubs. We don't see anything else. We don't see any lane swaps coming through in this elo too much, do we?
We do see it on occasion. It definitely isn't common. It's not something we'll see every game, but they definitely do happen. And typically it would be at this point, typically around that 6 to 7 minute mark, just to time it with the grub spawn. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them coming out soon, but right now it's just going to be continual poke in the top lane for So Easy. And we might have a dive getting set up, but I think it would be dangerous with a level 6 Renekton.
Yeah, I kind of want them to go for it just for the sake of it, but no rage, no Narbar. You have to step away from it as Wheeze is going to take another little chunk there. They're going to burst through the bone plating. As we look back towards our lovely mid lane where Giraffe is currently getting poked out, there is a kind of a CS lead building now for Efron as well. No Zac in the mid. That was awful. I'm really sorry for that joke.
I'll be honest, I don't even think I get it. I'll be completely honest with you here, Sater.
Zac Efron? No?
Oh! I was literally imagining like a big green blob, definitely the opposite of Zac Efron, but
like Efron no Zac? Like, oh god.
Yeah. No, it makes a lot of
it, which makes the joke so much worse.
It's one of those things because I do get it now that you've explained it, and if I got it, it would be funny. But I don't know. I've been hit and miss as well for the past little while. But we are seeing actually a pretty solid gold lead. Sorry, I haven't checked on the gold this whole time, but there's over a 1k lead right now for Conduit, and it's only 7.5 minutes with 1 kill. So that's purely just based off CS.
Yeah, purely based off CS. They've been laning really well, and they've been moving around pretty well as well. The jungler, as we see that Glada is picking up CS constantly. They're currently ahead in camps, and they're hovering around this top side right now. They want to try to get some prio for those grubs, but they will be... Oh, maybe...
No, not going to step too far. So easy. Just making sure to stay on the edge of that range. Knows that Glada cannot go in unless So Easy steps up just a little bit more. But the grubs are going to get started up, and both supports are at least walking up to the top. Fallen Warrior is a little bit behind on the pace. So it is going to be a 3v3 to start, and they're going to be jumping immediately onto Glada. And everything's going to be going back and forth for now. And now Spiraling Despair over top. Glad still trying to survive. Will stay alive. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming down from the bot lane. Alyssa Raven going to be the one to go down. The HP bar is definitely also favoring Monkey. So they're just going to be able to walk away with all 3 grubs.
Going to be able to get all 3 grubs. They're going to get that Enchanted Crystal Arrow was game changing for that moment at least. But they will get themselves that, which sets themselves up nicely for the feat for objectives. It's going to have a lot of impact when it comes to that next set because you don't want to give away another Drake. You don't want to give away any Rift Heralds. And now for the Pantheon, who did start off with that first blood, is now on the back foot in terms of jungling. They're down farm. They are down CS. They need to really speed things up, increase the tempo, put the pressure on with that extra item before Jin Zhao has a chance to full clear. So I'm fully expecting to see something happen. There's the ult bot side.
Yeah, and there was the flash burn, but in the meanwhile on the top side, so easy just fighting with Weez, and Weez starting it low, already burned the flash, but the slow might not be enough, so Weezy would need to dive underneath, but it looks like they're just going to be able to back away safely. But Grand Starfall was used in the bot lane. Grim to Fire was forced to flash out. So another play was made, and the Pantheon did make the play, but it just wasn't enough to actually secure the kill yet.
Yeah, so in that top side, we'll break it down lane by lane. There is a sizable difference coming through for Fnatic Soaz in the top side, absolutely smurfing on that Gnar right now. The jungle, it has been Glada favored in terms of getting through the jungle and getting those objectives, so they're jungling better. But that first kill still did go over to Pantheon, so fully expecting something to happen soon for Pantheon. While in that mid lane, CS leads, it's all quiet. The one thing that I know Briddy would be screaming about is the fact that there is a tier in the inventory for Talia. Briddy absolutely hates these things. Just, I don't know why, just hates scaling items. Just don't worry about it. But in the bot side, Smolder has a decent lead here, and I'm not too sure about how many stacks Smolder has right now, but 100 CS, 10 minutes in, I'd be hoping to see maybe 80 stacks would be a nice comfortable position for me right now with the lack of kills being down there right now. And
exactly on 69, perfect timing. Gonna be 70
nice.
now, but I actually think that's not too bad because I mean you have the longer cooldown in those early levels, so I could definitely understand them not taking it. But a team fight starting to brew in the bot lane. Alyssa Raven gonna be able to get the Glacial Fish over top, but now Draft Rider coming in from behind, not gonna be able to find anyone quite yet. Alyssa Raven may be left alone and will get smited by Glada for the last hit. Efron gonna be down here now, but unfortunately the fight's already gone, and Monkey's gonna be getting the solo kill as in the top lane. Weez and So Easy, they're fighting back and forth, but no flash available for Weez, so not gonna be able to follow up and secure the kill.
Yeah, also an interesting item to go for the Mercury Tread so early. Just maybe scared of the CC that might come from the Jin Zhao and the Renekton, but priority has been made in the bot side in terms of the Drake, but it's a very, very low Milio on the other side as they're trying to poke out this Pantheon who is taking a brunt of rocks to the face. It's not considered healthy by most doctors, especially when you're going to try and fight a Drake afterwards, but it is control back to the side of Conduit.
Yeah, but Spiraling Despair did go wide there, so if another team fight does break out, it will be a lot harder for Conduit. But they are on a couple of item spikes. They have the Essence Reaver on Chrome alone. They have the Ludens on Efron. This is a very strong moment for them. So I'm actually okay with Monkeys just backing away right now, letting this dragon go over, though. As I say that, they are walking in. Might look for a kill on the way out. Glada going to be charging an Audacious Charge immediately. And it looks like Conduit, they're just trying to kite out. And they're unfortunately going to leave Nation behind. And that's going to be Feats of Warfare as Giraffe Rider going to secure that kill.
Yeah. It's good. It's great. They get the Drake. Great work. I have started a civil war in chats across our production and across chat about the MR boots. It's sort of Jin Zhao and Renekton, scared of the CC. Don't look into it too much. So as 200 IQs knows what they're doing. But yeah, that's a Drake. It gets them back in. They do lose their life for it, and it will get the feats of warfare over to the side of Monkeys. So Toki, how do you feel about the pressure now mounting on them that they have completed one feat, they're one objective away from the second? How would you be feeling in Nassian's kind of position right now? Would you be worried about these objectives?
Honestly, I don't think it matters for Conduit. They have by far the better scaling composition. I don't even think it's close. Gnar's going to outscale the Renekton. We all know what Smolder can do in the late game. We all know how well Braum can defend the team in the late game. And even Pantheon, I think at this point, does scale just slightly better than Xin Zhao, but realistically, neither one of them is really that late game threat. And I am still struggling to imagine ways that Chrome alone goes down in a 5v5 team fight, unless they're just completely behind And right now they're not, as Louise is getting run down, and just one more stun. The Gnar is not available, so not going to be able to smash him into the wall. But now Glada going to be in the top side. Audacious charge when it becomes Lightning Nation is going to be here as well, and could look towards Wheeze. Stun in the backline, and Wheeze is going to go down. And now Glada 1v2, make that 1v3 as Alyssa Raven's also in the area. So easy, just making it look very easy. And instant caster curse will be going down. Glada still trying to get away. Fallen Warrior not going to be able to provide enough healing, but it's still a 2-for-1, and Conduit are going to be happy with that.
So as why? It's Worlds all over again. I think I'm too old for this because I remember 2018. Oh, that was so. Oh, it was so unnecessary. Just walk back. You've already gotten everything you need from the top to Renict and die to stay away from the Jin Zhao. But we did have a full team rotate as everyone started to converge on that top side. But in the end, more kills over to the Pantheon, which is great. I do think Pantheon can be an absolute terror and carry potential. But the Gnar didn't need to die there. It does give Glada way back in. They've got that Sundered Sky. They're going to get more procs. They're going to stay healthy in these fights in the future. But I do have to say, it is looking really, really good for Monkeys right now, regardless of the Pantheon's strength, because they're not only spreading their gold more, they're moving around the map better, and I think they could definitely pick this up just from objectives. But that Rift Herald, we can start to see people move over. Both teams took mid-wave and went, right, we have to move over.
Yeah, Efron is still going to be shoving out the bot side as Draft Rider going to be walking up top, going to save that TP. And with Weaver's Wall available, this could definitely turn. But right now, Grim Defier and Fallen Warrior in a bad spot. And Gnar into the wall. It's only going to land on Grim Defier. Mom coming out over top. Grand Starfall. And Wee's going to be the first to go down. Now Fallen Warrior alone in the backline. Tries to flash to safety, but there's nowhere to go. It's a 2-for-0. Glacial Fisher over top, but they're not going to be able to follow it quite yet. And now Glada still in the front line. Concussive blows are hitting. But in the meanwhile, Nation getting taken down by Grim Defier. And now the Spiraling Despair does deal a little bit of damage, not enough to finish anyone off quite yet. Everyone is on decently low HP bars, but it is a 2-for-1 in favor of Conduit.
Yeah, Conduit do come out on top of that one, and they will be able to TP that Gnar back up to help cover in that top side. Should just walk down the bot, but has instead decided to... That's not TP top lane. That could have been from the side of Monkeys. But yeah, this is absolutely wonderful here. Gnar just setting it up beautifully for the team. But the turnaround was even better here. So Fallen Warrior here just gets picked off. And it is Soaz once again, my favorite top laner for the moment at least. But Chrome Alone does use that cleanse a little bit incorrectly, but they do manage to shut down here onto the other side. They get the Pantheon. It goes over to the Ashe, which is a great choice here for that shutdown to go to. But it's what I'm really liking about it is everyone's ability to say, we can't keep doing this, let's step back. I like that kind of hesitation. It's like, we're not going to get anything if we continue fighting. We'll step back, we'll chill, and just walk correctly, Ashe, please. Don't lose half your health just trying to get the lane faster. That's my feelings.
And if we saw in the picture-in-picture, the Rift Herald was taken by Monkeys. So that is going to be feats of strength obtained for them. They're going to have the full feats. Going to have the upgraded boots. It'll help them a little bit with the scaling aspect. They will lose the dragon in the meanwhile, so it is somewhat of a trade. But I think Rift Herald with feats is better than just second dragon, even if it is the Infernal.
Depends on how many Infernals you get. That's what it is, Toki. It depends on how many you get. If you get Soul, it'll all be worth it in the end, because that could be a game-changing buff to your team. I was kind of thinking there might be something happening with that Talia there, but we're going to go back to the top side where we're going to see Renekton and Soaz trade back and forth repeatedly as Draft Rider does have assistance here. It is a 4 versus 2.
Oh, but Efron getting thrown to the back line almost goes down to the turret. Has to flash away. The wind becomes lightning, and that's the danger of the Talia. Even if you don't have a good engage, you can always move them into you, as now Fallen Warrior takes a little bit of poke from Nation. But it is the 4-on-1, so Nation very wisely backing away, and now the Weaver's Wall is going to be coming through, and it will block Nation off entirely. Will dodge away the Seismic Shove, but is alone. Glada going to secure that kill, and it's just a free pick-off for Monkeys.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we did talk about in the pregame. The Talia Wall's proactive, setting up those kills and leaving Jin Zhao the option of just going in and not dying and making sure they're nice and clean on that. Rift Herald will be used as well to pop open that mid lane. And are they going to try and transfer this somewhere else? No, they're just going to let it die off. I was kind of hoping to see someone taxi it down to the bot lane or something, see if they can get another hit off. But no, they will be nice and safe. But we do see Smolder now with upgraded stacks.
Yeah, already starting to get close to that 225 breakpoint. And once Chrome Alone gets there, this is going to be a very scary Smolder. Now, if we could ask the observer to just kind of click on the Smolder, because I am curious where he's at. I have seen that they had that upgraded queue for a little while at this point. So I'm thinking probably near 150, 160 stacks maybe, but we'll have to see later
180.
on. 148.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit lower than what you'd like, especially considering how freely they've been CSing. But now Glada in the top lane fighting with So Easy, but Nation going to be here as well. Crescent Guard is there, but So Easy again just able to jump away, and Glada will go down. But now Weez is here. Dominus has already been popped. Nation he's running away. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land, but Illicit Raven is here. Stand behind Brahman, you'll stay safe. But another 1-for-0 pick off for Conduit, but they're definitely hurting on the HP bars.
They aren't. So Easy's deciding to stay in this top side here. It does have the protection of the Braum, of course, but I would have liked to have just seen the immediate recall from the Gnar, maybe move towards the bot lane and try to get way back into that mid, because I just like constant movement around the map, constantly shifting things to keep people on their toes. It's a better opportunity to find picks, and right now it is very static, I think, from Conduit. They're sticking to lanes. They've only moved their bot and their mid. They haven't really moved the top around. I even think that, considering the Mark Treads are there for the Gnar, putting Gnar into Talia isn't a bad idea. Right now, at least, moving that way into the Renekton lane gives you a better opportunity to maybe get a 1v1 kill. Little movements like that can make a world of difference if you plan it right and you do everything correctly around it. Because right now, Gnar, for all the strength they've had in the lane, Renekton's starting to look fairly strong now. Has that Eclipse built and has those play the steel caps, going to be able to reduce some of that damage, while when you look towards the mid laners, Hwei and Thalia, they haven't been killing each other. Hwei has been a non-factor so far, and I'd like to see Hwei maybe try get some pressure somewhere and look menacing. As well, I guess as menacing as you can look with a paintbrush in your hand.
Yeah, but it is Dragon spawning in a minute and 20, and I think that is where Hwei does shine, around those objectives, around those big team fights. Spiraling Despair, the more people are in the area, the more damage this Hwei is going to be able to do. Already at level 13 as well. So this next team fight could definitely be big, because if Conduit gets it, they're on soul point. They're going to have 3 of the dragons, and they're going to be stacking those infernos as well. This is one of those rare moments where you're even happy that you lost one of the dragons, because one extra infernal drake is going to make a much bigger difference than that one singular ocean drake, especially outside of lane phase once those team fights come through. And we are seeing some item spikes as well. Chrome Alone finishing off the Shojin. This is a major power spike for them. They have the Yomus and the Sundering Sky as well onto Nation. I think this is Conduit's fight to take right now. They're only 300 gold up, but I think they can definitely do it just because of how strong they're spiking.
Yeah, I think there is an opportunity. It's just the Smolder stacks is just ringing in my ears that it's not quite there yet. While I think it was last week in Vanquisher when we were casting that, we had, I think Smolder had 225 at 18 minutes. It's one of those really aggressive high tempo games where they were constantly pumping the shots off and they were just constantly getting stacks. And for them to be so far behind right now in what my estimations would be, it's a little bit worrying for me, because Smolder's such a key part of this when you don't have a heavily fed way.
TP coming to the bot lane though, and it looks like the fight's about to start. Seismic Shove, not going to be able to find them. But the dragon has already been pulled. We're at 6k HP halfway. This should just be a 50-50, but things can definitely change. Weaver's Wall going out over the top, just creating that wall around the dragon. Mom over top just for a little bit of poke, but neither side full committing onto the dragon or for the fight yet. And as I say that, Grand Starfall onto the back of the Nation is entirely alone. No one else is able to follow him. The Gnar will stack them into the wall, but there's no follow of Gleana. Now going to be in the front line. Chrome Alone is alone. Will get taken down by the Wind Becomes Lightning. It's a double kill for Glada. And now Audacious Charge into the back line. Efron now going to be the one that's alone and actually tries to dive in, but triple kill going over to Glada. They're going to get the dragon as well, and Monkeys have just opened this game right up.
Yeah, that completely changes all of our estimations of all of those items being completed on the sides of Conduit. You're talking about the Shojins and the Sundering Skies and everything. Doesn't matter when that Jin Zhao is left untouched in those fights. They split the fight so badly here because Pantheon goes in and the rest of the team was not in a position to follow it up. They gave up all their pressure, they gave up all their positioning, and we can watch Illicit Raven here is standing behind the carry. He's not even standing up with that block, and once this ult comes through from Nation, it's just not going to hit them. It's just into the back. The rest of the team can't go forward. They all are trying to go, but Ashe is stopping them. Stuns are coming through, and it's just a split fight. So easy in Nation, trying their very, very best to get in there. And it was just a backstep from the rest of the team. You can't be going in like that. Efron does manage to pick off one in the end. They do manage to get one kill at least, but a triple kill coming in from Jin Zhao in a fight like that is absolutely crazy, and it's going to blow open the whole game. And Akatan was also taken by the side of Monkeys, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. They were able to get that in the picture. And not only that, they were able to get away with all 5 members, so not even losing anyone. And that's a pretty risky objective to try and take on your own. That armor shot, that MR shot is incredibly strong. They will get their jungle stolen out, but again, you will take that trade every single day of the week.
Yes, they are trying to set up a little cheeky, sneaky bush here, but they will get caught out by the 6th sense coming from Milio there. A bit of Spidey senses tingling.
Ooh, Illicit Raven going to be getting slowed down, though. And now the Weaver's Wall over top of Shanna Crystal Arrow, but the Unbreakable was used, but it's not going to matter. Gladda now on a rampage. Mom going to get used to slow Gladda down, but that's all it's really going to be able to accomplish. At the very least, Efron should be able to get that tier 1 of the bot lane, but they're picking on a Baron. It looks like Monkeys. They just want to pull it.
Yeah, Monkeys, they just want to pull. They just want to get every objective they can now into them, set themselves up nicely for these kind of mid-game pushes where they'll start to blow open those tier 2s and maybe even a tier 3. But at the moment, they are losing quite a bit.
I mean, there's nothing to say there, Nation. Just, I think going for that hero play, trying to get the smite, but it was already gone by the time the spear landed. It wasn't gone when the spear was thrown, and that's kind of the issue there, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit, but we'll go back to the rest of Conduit and what they were doing in the meantime, while Pantheon decided to sprint it into the Baron pit. They did manage to get 2 of the tier 2s. So that's some good work from them. They are still leading in the tower chases. We will get a quick replay of how all this happened. And just the Ashe slows, Ashe setup, Talia wall just splits the team. And it was really good from Chrome alone to slow to aid his jungler in the escape. But once this starts back up, it's a difficult decision for any jungler about what the timing will be when you have so much damage. So let's watch this here. Yeah, the spear didn't land. The Baron was already gone.
Yeah. Really unfortunate timing, and I think that's just because of their lack of vision. I mean, we can even see they do have very good vision control behind the Baron pit, but they never had anything in the Baron pit. Chrome alone did throw down that blue trinket, but at that point it was already at 2.5k, and I think it was at that moment that Nation started the Grand Starfall. And unfortunately, at that point, it's just too late. But we do finally have the execute ready for Chrome alone. That could be something for their fights, because right now they're just going to be trying to defend into this Baron. But with a Smolder, at the very least, you should have pretty decent wave clear.
Yeah, you should have the ability to get through these waves decently well. The issue is what comes after that, because their team isn't exactly siege heavy. They don't really have that long range tower hitting Caitlyn, Ziggs, artillery based. But what they do have is an Ashe
the Nation
Arrow.
is shield vaulting forward. That's what they do have. Draft Rider going to flash away. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow once again coming out over top. The Nation going to be left alone in the back line. Will get taken down. Grim Defy going to be able to secure that kill. And it's all 5 members of Monkeys just pushing through the bot lane. They already have it. And now they're looking for Efron and will be able to burst them down. And now with the Gnar pushing them into the wall. But the seismic shove on 2-3. That looked like the Gnar ultimate. As Illicit Raven will get taken down. So easy is the final survivor. But forced to just jump away. And this could be it. Monkeys can just run it in and win game number 1 right here, right now.
There's something to be said about League of Legends when a Thalia can out-Gnar a Gnar, and So Easy will fall as well as it will be an ace. It will be the game. It will be game 1 of this grand finals going over to Monkeys, and they played that one insanely well. That was incredible. Just a macro around the map, taking their time with things, and their setups, their ideas, their movement, their Talia walls, their Jin Zhao being a crazy character and diving forward in the last fights there. It worked out really well for them, and yeah, that was... Ashe was not a pick I was expecting to see game one, but it really worked this time around for them.
Yeah, those Enchanted Crystal Arrows got a lot of plays made early on. Even just with that cross map, when they were fighting for the grubs, Grim Defier was able to land just the perfect arrow over top, kind of get the fight going, and we're even going to get a little replay of that final play. And yeah, it's just the entire roster's already here, and another arrow going out over top, and once they take down Nation, the turret is already super low, and they can just keep going with the Ashe.
It's this Talia knockback though that has to be watched again, because Jin Zhao going forward here is absolutely crazy, but that is insane. that is a play of the season right there, especially in grand finals to land something like that. The momentum and morale you're going to have as a mid laner, your confidence levels are going to go sky high. And I also think it was a game where we didn't see the Talia die once. I think it was 2-0-10 was the final score that I saw. That is, yeah, that's a different breed right there.
I mean, I will say Giraffe Rider really impressed me this game on the Talia. And like you said, those walls were perfectly placed. Like, this is something that we even see in Masters games and Challenger games where it's really hard to get that perfect positioning. But we saw in an early pickoff on an Asian over near the Raptor, just perfectly cuts off the escape, lets Glada just go in, do Xin Zhao things. And with that snowball, the Xin Zhao just became the true carry, and Giraffe Rider was just kind of there to set Glada up. So really well played by the entire team. But I mean, my only question is, what do Conduit do to kind of come back for it for the rest of the series?
I think getting a little bit more proactive, playing a little bit more into them, and kind of increasing the tempo constantly. When they were making plays, they looked good. When they were getting played against, they started to lose pressure. Like we saw some of the Drake fights, them getting good positioning on it and pushing them off of it. They were really good plays and forcing them into some very strange ones. And then they started to throw the fights after that. They got the positioning and then they kind of messed it up afterwards. But yeah, there were some points there where I think Conduit could have played a little bit more proactive in their search for the win. But we could break it down all we want. We could talk about this for hours and hours. But of course, we have to wait for the next draft. So Toki, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes while we break down more of the background. So please don't go anywhere. It'll just be a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with game number 2 between Conduit Esports and Monkeys. Currently, Monkeys are up in the lead 1-0 with a pretty well-established game in game number 1. It was a very organized win, and we'll see if they can do it for game number 2 as we are heading straight into draft. But, Sater, what would you like to see coming out from Conduit this time around that could bring the series back a little?
I would like to see a heavy tank in the top lane, not that bruiser stuff. I want to see Scions. I want to see something that's just going to take over in terms of meat shield. I want to see a nice control mage, something that has a lot of power behind it and doesn't need as much scaling time. Something that can get active nice and early and move around the map. And in that bot side, I want just a hyper carry. Just give me a Jinx. Just give me a Jinx and maybe a Lulu or something. Something to just absolutely power through. But I don't think that's what we're going to get. I do think we're going to start to shift back towards safety. I think Monkeys are going to get very scared very quickly. And I think our Conduit are going to get very scared very quickly and just sit back, just relax a little bit. But who knows? Everything could shift. There's still Sivers available. Like that's a premier pick, I think. Syndra was banned in phase 2, so that could be something they want to pick up early. Leona's, even Volibear Jungle in this elo, especially Volibear Jungle. There we go, Volibear.
Yep, immediate first pick coming out from Monkeys. It is important to note, though, we are going to be swapping sides. So Conduit going to be on the red side this time around. It will give them counter pick, and I'm wondering if maybe the counter pick will make the difference. Now, we did see Renekton 10th pick coming out in game number 1, and the Renekton ultimately I don't think really had too much impact. I think the Gnar from So Easy did end up winning the lane pretty hard, but obviously they still ended up losing the game. But I wonder if Conduit are going to be able to use this a bit better as we see the Sivir and the Echo locked in. And just for a little context, this could be jungle or it could be mid lane Echo. We have seen both.
Yeah, that's a little bit strange now. I do remember Echo being like a soft counter to Volibear back in the very early kind of iterations of Volibear jungle. Tahm Kench Caitlyn is a nice safety lane, especially into Sivir. You can kind of chill in that lane just a little bit and not let Sivir do too much as the Sivir pushes it in. Tahm Kench then has the opportunity to make pressure, but you add a Leona, and that is what I like to call a neutralized lane. That is a lane where no one has an advantage and there's going to be nothing happening, especially with Echo and Volibear needing so much space to be effective. So bot lane will be neutralized right now, so Chrome and Grim will be scaling. Azir being taken away once again. They don't want to see any control mages. Aatrox being banned does lean into... No, I'll hold on for one more ban before I say what I think I'm going to say, because Mordekaiser will be taken away. I just need to see one more ban in that top side. If we're going to take away the Malphite again, there's a Jax coming.
Yeah, it could definitely be the Jax Cassante ban.
It's still leading. It's still leading.
Now, one thing I do want to put into your brain right now is this isn't necessarily a support Tahm Kench. Because right now they do have two flexes. The Volibear could be going top or in the jungle, and the Tahm Kench could be going support or top lane as well. We have been seeing a little bit of TK top. I mean, we haven't really been seeing a lot of Tahm Kench at all, but I believe out of the games that we have seen, it has been piloted in the top lane. As we see the Orianna in the mid lane, and this is the pick that's really going to solidify where everyone's going to be going.
Yeah, this is the one where it's going to, like, this is where I think Jax should be coming through. This is where, like, I feel like Jax is probably the strongest. Yeah.
Perfect.
I think that's a very good pick up there. And the Scion is still available here for Conduit, which is a pick I wanted them to kind of play. Just a big, heavy tank top lane that says no, which is why I expected the Malphite.
And there it is.
Okay, it is going to be Scion. It was Malphite or Scion was what was going through my head for So Easy there. Something to just set themselves up for team fights, nice and safe. But it will be. Now, going back to that Tahm Kench top, that's an EU thing. You don't play it over here. That's a No Arm Watley thing, okay? That's ours.
No Arm Watley, okay, sure. No Arm Watley definitely popularized it, but we have played it many a time here in North America. Do we pilot it successfully? No, not always, but we definitely give it an attempt. And I mean, to be fair, there are definitely matchups where the Tahm Kench on the top lane does do quite well. They're really strong auto attacks. You can set up ganks very easily with a Devour, but either way, it doesn't really matter because it is going to be in support, and we are going to be in a best of 5 coming into game 2 right now. And again, as a reminder, this is a best of 5, so this isn't match point quite yet, but Monkeys taking an early lead. And I gotta ask, Which of these two drafts do you favor now that you see the full lineup?
Genuinely, I do think that Sivir alongside a Syndra and a Sion is just a recipe for success. It is one of those comps that I just believe is very, very good at. Okay, the guys are making friends. That's good to see. Nice one,
Yeah,
guys.
bear hug.
I love how Oriana and like Syndra are fighting off to the side, and these two are just hugging in the mid lane. It's just, it's nice to see.
I think there was
Jungle
a.
Pets.
I believe this was back in OPL, if anyone still remembers that, the Oceanic Pacific League back for the Australian esports. And I remember there used to be this huge tradition where every single game they would walk into the mid lane and do this up until like the 45-second mark. You would see this in almost every single matchup. It was really fun and it really made a unique experience. It's a shame Riot had to kill that league, but it was a lot of fun while it lasted. I believe Chiefs still play, so they do still have something from there.
Yeah, something. One team in total. But yeah, going back before we saw the hugging, I do think that it's a recipe for success. Sion, Sivir, Syndra is just wonderful to see, and it has a lot going for it. But there is also the fact that Volley Bears can take over games. Oriana's work really well with something that wants to just charge in, and they have that added safety of the Tam Kench and the side lane pressure coming from the likes of the Jax if it does get an advantage. So I do think there's a lot that could be played for from both sides, and we'll just have to wait and see what the tail of the tape has for us.
Yeah, definitely going to have to wait and see. But interestingly enough, Wheeze did go lethal tempo on the Jax. Sometimes we see Conquer, sometimes we see Grass, sometimes we see lethal tempo. So I think this does benefit Wheeze a lot in those long trades, as we now see the Abyssal Dive going to force the flash from Chrome alone. So that's going to be a potential gank opportunity for Glada later on, as Monkey's take an early lead.
They do take an early lead in terms of summoners, and that's something I didn't really expect to see down in this bot side. It's one of those neutralized lanes where you should just be very relaxed. But Sivir getting pushed in very early means no spell shield, which means a lot of pressure going through onto that Sivir, as we do see the Sion getting the better of the push right now, as Wheeze is struggling to land the CS. It is currently coming under his tower. He's missing quite a lot of it, and we did see that Echo did move towards that bot side. The pings are going through. Tam Kench is attempting to follow as Nation wants to get aggressive here.
Yeah, but Glad are going to start the fight. And this is going to be just the trade going for the red buff. And it is going to get taken by Nation. But Nation is completely alone now. Who are they going to give the kill to? It is going to be going over to Glad of First Blood. Going over to Monkeys. And in the top lane, we're seeing a lot of low health bars. But no summoners burned. No one going down quite yet.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you got to scratch your head. I don't know what the idea was there from the Echo, because yes, they stole the red, which is great, but they're going to lose their blue. They're going to lose the Rift Scuttles as well, and that should be a massive advantage over to Glada here. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the idea. If they could have gotten out, that might have been an interesting one, but for now, it is a major advantage over to the side of Monkeys, who don't really need advantages because they're already a game up. They're feeling comfortable, and with how well Giraffe Rider played last game on the Celia, they've now got an even better version of that. Not just a knockback. This one is a damaging shockwave worth of damage.
Yeah, but we'll need that level 6 for it to be fully online. And the combos are definitely there. In fact, Giraffe Rider seems to kind of have 3 different versions of that command shockwave ready. Whether it's following up on the Abyssal Dive from Fallen Warrior, the Stormbringer from Glada, or honestly even just the regular jump coming out of Wheeze in the top side. There's a lot of different opportunities. And I think if anything, that's going to make it even harder for Conduit to kind of try and pick it out, because the ball could move between the 3 of them. The ball could be whatever it's needed. And obviously Giraffe Rider can also just kind of set it up himself. So does make for a little bit harder positioning coming out from Conduit.
Does make it a little more difficult, but I am very happy to see how well Soaz is playing in the top side, which Sion is an old Soaz pick. Absolutely love to see it, but the fact that Jax hasn't got as much of an advantage as I shouldn't have spoken.
So he takes so much damage, half the HP.
This is what I get for speaking. You know that, Toki? I should just never speak again about topside. I've put in too much fate now into Soaz. My little Fnatic supporter badge is not working out too well for me, but this Drake is being hovered by the picture right now down at our bottom left, and neither team seems too proactive in getting those objectives this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5.5 minutes. I'm actually a little bit surprised about the amount of pressure that monkeys are able to get in the bot lane. Now, I know Caitlyn overall is one of those picks that you have the range, you're going to be able to just shove it in, but Sivir is a pretty good counter to Caitlyn. A lot of those abilities are very slow, very easy to block with the spell shield. And then between the Ricochet and the Boomerang Blade, Chrome alone should be able to just basically one-shot the wave, even just on the Doran's Blade and the Cull. But right now, they're still just letting the waves push in, maybe trying to secure the CS for Chrome alone. And right now, they're doing a pretty good job of it.
Very good job of it. Let's see what the idea is here from the bot side though, because Glada knows that there's a flash burn down there. There's a timing that Nation.
Yeah, an
Sneaking
Asian
in
coming
behind.
in from behind. Glada is in the area, but no level 6 yet. Now Grim to Fire gonna get stunned. Zenith Blade is there. Now Nation trying to come in from behind, but Grim to Fire has no area to kind of run and will get followed on the flash. One more needed. Chrome alone able to secure that kill. And now Glada is here, but it is 2v3. Nation and Alyssa Raven are starting at pretty low. Abyssal dive into the backline, and Nation gonna be going down. Chrome alone having not enough damage yet to really help out the team, but it is just the 1-for-1 jungle for AD carry.
Jungle's for AD carry, but once again the kill goes over to the volley bear, and Nation is just going to continue hurting, getting that dark seal, getting those stacks, and then immediately losing them upon. Oh no, he's just gonna stop the back. Oh god.
Only for Alyssa Raven. Chrome alone at least won't miss too much CS. Should still have the regular back timing.
It just feels bad. I've been in that position as a support where you just get stopped. You're just like, oh, why? Why have you done this to me? I wanted to be back on the map, getting wards down, being a good little support, but no, Drake will be started.
And they should just be able to secure this for themselves. It was a very close fight overall, and definitely the first play was there in favor of Conduit, but the HP bars afterwards 100% favoring monkeys, and kind of in a weird way, it was good that the Caitlyn died first, because that also means the Caitlyn's going to be first on the map, and that gave them more than enough priority to secure that first dragon, as we're still seeing a lot of trading in the top side, and we overall seems to be winning out of the trades, but it's still down 10 CS in the top lane. Could be a pretty bad sign coming in for monkeys as well.
It's not even that though. These heavy trades still are going to favor the Scion because they have grasp. They get free stacks, they get free stats, they get more HP, which will make it harder for the Jax to eventually kill them. So the game will continue at a pace more comfortable for the Scion without. Okay, here comes the ward. Here comes the grub fight. Here comes the idea from Nation.
Yeah, Nation trying to get the fight, but actually going to use the chrono break to get back out of safety. So once again, Glada should be able to secure all three here. Weeze even going to come down, just take the honey fruit, but we'll also take a little bit of poke from the grubs on the way. So diminishing returns, but will definitely still be a lot healthier than when it came down for the first time.
Yeah, they do get the Void Grubs. They do get the first Drake. They have 2 kills. There's a dive opportunity here with that level 6 from the Leona, but they're just a little bit too scared.
So he's going to get sent up. No mana. So easy does have flash, but going the other way. Just going to admit defeat here. Going to let the kill go over and just trying to buy as much time as possible. Maybe also trying to kind of take some of this CS with that zombie form. But it is going to be Feet of Warfare going towards monkeys as Weeze going to get the first kill for this top lane.
Yeah, and it's kind of back to what we were saying previously in game 1, where monkeys are now 1 away from picking up that second feat, and it's just putting themselves in a great position to play into the later stages of the game, as Nation is currently invading the Raptors. Doesn't know that the red is currently there, so we'll step away from that, but they've set themselves up nicely now with 2 feats almost completed. They're putting Nation on the back foot, not just in bets and farm, but also putting them back in their tempo. They're not in a good position. They don't have any objectives, and they're going to feel the weight of the game slowly kind of consume them. If they lose the boots, they lose the feats. It's a hard change that came into 2025, Toki. I want to talk about it a little bit because before, you didn't really have too much of an idea of what the tempo of the game was, who was really winning. You could go, oh, we have more kills, we have more Drakes, little things. But when you see the feats starting to build up and you know that they have those extra boots, you know you're behind. It's that mental edge you kind of get with it that's so impactful. Like, even I know in my elo that when they get feats first and I'm 0-0-0 in the bot lane and I've just got a decent little CS lead or whatever it is, but we've lost the feats, I'm like, oh my god, we're losing. Like, even though it could still be a very even game and I could be doing very well, that mental edge does matter in these games, especially competitive.
Yeah, morale is a very underspoken aspect of really everything, not just competitive gaming, but really every single aspect of life, whether it's our employment, whether it's anything we're doing at home.
Even making dinner.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're upset and you're making dinner, you're also gonna end up making mistakes. It's like, oh, when you're in a good mood, you know, you're just feeling yourself. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna salt this just right. And then when you're in a bad mood, you had a bad day of work or something, you lost 3 games in a row in solo queue. You're just, I don't care, just dump the whole thing in, and then you get even more upset when the food's bad. But the dive gonna be coming in right now, and Wheeze should just be getting finished off. So easy, gonna secure that kill with the unstoppable onslaught, and that's a lot of minions dying to turret.
Yeah, that is a major loss for the Jacks in that top side. And it's good to see So Easy getting something for themselves and at least one lane kind of working in their favor in terms of advantages. But we still have had nothing happen in that mid lane. It is still very quiet there. But one thing I am excited for is that there's 3 Dark Seals in this game.
Yeah, and hopefully that does mean there's going to be a bit more action this time around. Speaking of the mid lane, Efron just recalled and finished off that black torch. Or black fire torch, sorry. So they are starting to build up those items. They're going to start having those little power spikes as Grim Defy going to tank a turret shot for the plate. And one thing we also haven't spoken about is there's a cull on Chrome alone, and Grim Defier decided not to match it. So we'll be down a little bit of that gold after, I believe, 18 more CS for Chrome alone.
Is Sivir building Essence Reaver?
Yeah, that's one of the builds right now, Essence Reaver into Navori. It makes it so that you can spam your abilities basically completely off cooldown and not have to worry about it. It doesn't scale quite as well, but it does make it a lot easier and more comfortable to pilot, as you see Nation. Will get hit by the Abyssal Dive and will be forced to flash over the wall as well. Unfortunately, Glada just barely not in range for that Thundering Smash, but a summoner's a summoner. You'll take it.
The percentage difference between Sivir with an Essence Reaver first versus Yuntal is quite sizable. It's about 7%, but you're at a 44.6% win rate as we go back
here in the top lane. Gotta just burst down ways, unleash power, and that's what you pick the Syndra for, and that's exactly what you're gonna get.
Yep, it is absolutely perfect. I'm just very worried about this Essence Reaver rush coming in from the Sivir. As a current ADC connoisseur, that just feels bad.
Looking for a play in the mid lane. Efron is in the area, but will actually get spotted out. Will be forced to flash. And now Stormbringer coming from the back line. Giraffe Rider super low, but with the shockwave, able to land it on it too. Glada still trying to fight. And another kill with the smite. Glada, second one of the series where the last hit goes to the smite. It's rare enough to see it once. Pretty impressive to see it twice.
Yeah, it is all calculated from Glada right now, as they could very easily just flash.
Oh, and with the time, yep. Exactly like you were saying. The flash chomp, and that's going to be another plate going down. And Glada will collect that. I wasn't sure if Glada was actually going to get anything. I don't know if he hit the tower beforehand.
He did because he was hitting it beforehand, but he does get the plate, he does get the kill, he gets the other kill. And I think a big shout out for that play has to go to Giraffe Rider for just knowing they have to stay for another second, setting up, getting the command shockwave. And Glada with the smite again, calculated kills coming through from the Volibear. And it is just, yeah, it's all falling apart very quickly here for Conduit because they've lost both Drakes to Grubs. Glada's 4-0 right now, and I'm not sure if you've played against a lot of these Volibears lately, but they are nasty.
Yes, I definitely have had my fair share of that as a pseudo Smolder OTP. It's definitely not fun. That Thundering Smash has a lot of move speed, and once they get ahead, they're just not going to be going down anytime soon. It will eventually fall off, but we're still seeing a massive lead building up for Monkeys. Only up 600 gold in terms of only gold, but already having 2 dragons. The bot turret is probably going to go down on this next wave. And they just have full priority kind of across the entire map. However, Efron definitely trying to make something happen right now for Conduit. Because if they don't have anything happen for them in one of these lanes, they're just going to completely fall apart.
Yeah, they will. And right now it is just Grim standing in the face of a Scion saying, this ain't Arcane, you're not taking me like this.
the Devourer is just going to be there. A lot of damage on a Fallen Warrior, so easy. No longer with the Unstoppable Onslaught, has no real way of joining them. And now Grim Fire is just kind of peppering with those autos. They don't do a lot of damage each, but the consistency as Carmelone gonna get jumped in the top side. Spell Shield comes out. Wee's gonna get the last hit anyway, though, and again, Monkeys, they get turret in the bot lane, they get a kill in the top lane, and they're still doing just fine in the mid lane. Everything's just going up for them as Nation. At least gonna force the flash from Wheeze, but that's all they're gonna get, just the one summoner.
They do manage to get the Rift Herald as well. That was picked up by Echo, as you will get a replay of what happened to Chrome Malone here, as this seems like cyberbullying. As the two of them just leave the bush, the spell shield goes up after all of the damage. Barrier also used. Flash kept at least. But yeah, that was cyberbullying.
I think that's the best way to put it. And it's just the damage coming out of this Bruiser duo in the top lane. It's so scary now, so easy. Actually trying to play forward, but Glad is still here. And Weeze, Grandmaster on arms as well. Thundering Smash and just Sky Splitter will at least force out the flash. Can they dive this? This is still a very tanky time, but will interrupt the Decimating Smash. That's just going to be another kill going over to Glada.
Yeah, Glada having their time of their life just sitting in these top bushes, watching something walk down, kill it, and then... Yeah, it is. It is a very, very fun game for the Bear, as they are now going to be able to reset, fully clear their entire jungle, get a Drake, and just laugh and giggle as all of their lanes are now winning. They are in a comfortable position across all of them, and they're feeling good. They're feeling great. They're feeling like this is a 2-0 for them. What would you do in Conduit's position right now? What is the play you need to make?
See, I think I would try and play around Efron and just try and find someone to one-shot and then play around that. Even if it doesn't end up resulting in an objective or a turret or anything, just slow down the pace. Just remove anyone off the map. Doesn't matter who. Could be even the support. Granted, Fallen Warrior, not the easiest target right now. And I think if there's any area they would have a chance of doing that in, it would be through Efron. That Unleashed power is really strong. 1-1-0, so hasn't been super far ahead, but hasn't really been behind. And even with that Scout of the Week, we see Glada will still take damage through Efron. So if they can just land one good stun, pair up on top of it, I think they could bring it back.
Yeah, there is an opportunity there for them to get something, but it needs a good setup here. And as we do see the Drake being taken off on the side as 4 people stack mid to try and defend this mid tower.
Yeah, but Unstoppable Onslaught coming in from the top. Choo-choo! Unfortunately, there's one stop on this station. It's not going to be able to the shockwave in the back line, able to hit it on it too. And now Weeze taking a lot of damage, will actually be the first to go down. Now Glada will finish off the dragon during that, but the fight still favoring so far on to Conduit, but now Stormbringer into the back line, and Glada trying to do whatever they can, but they will get taken down, and it's a shutdown going over to Chrome Alone. How much more can they get on the side of Monkeys? Chrome Alone is getting doped by the support, and the support is too strong. Will get answered by the support from Conduit. And Alyssa Raven will be able to get that kill, but can they follow up on Giraffe Rider? And the answer seems to be no, but it is still a 3-for-1 in favor of Conduit.
Yeah, the Shockwave may have found 3, but they lose 3 members in that fight. And more importantly, the big shutdown, the Volibear kill, goes to the Sivir, which will immediately complete their second item. So they're back in this game. They are back to what we want to see from Sivir. So Toby's Shockwave found some of them, for sure, but it's just a Scion health bar just running straight into this fight. Giraffe done really well there, but Glada's still on the streak, still stuck, can't get to the fight, already losing members. And then as soon as this happens, you see Caitlyn does manage to get eaten, does manage to get back, and Nation does their very best to try and pick them off, doesn't quite get it. But by that point, if your Caitlyn's not free firing, you're not getting damage down. You're not going to get that Volibear anything they need, as Fallen Warrior does their very best impersonation of a top laner and just goes for the ADC. But everything looked great in that fight, but just too much time was spent by the Volibear on that Drake. Needed someone else to put some damage on that to get them into the fight faster.
Yeah, and I'm even wondering if maybe Glada could have just left the Drake. Because right now they were up 2-0 in terms of dragons at the start of that fight. And I think if Glada was there to begin with, they would have absolutely stomped Conduit. Because those were some very low health bars if they had their, well, really their main stack of gold right now. Because Glada's the one that's been just taking every single kill. And I think if they had that volley bear on the front line, they definitely would have had enough damage to take down Chrome alone. Chrome alone was very low to start that. Efron as well. And it would even buy a little bit of space from Grim to Fire to be able to auto freely. Because, like you said, a Nation just kind of zones out this Caitlyn. And even if the Caitlyn does end up surviving, like you said, if she's not autoing, she's still completely removed from the fight and not really doing anything.
We do see Fallen Warrior. There's something to be said for the ability for a Tahm Kench to walk onto your assassin jungler and just be fine with it. It's a little bit of an uncomfortable situation as a team if that's a possible. But Tahm Kench known for that, known for being an absolute terror in games as they start changing their focus. They start getting these towers down. They're working as a team now, and they're setting themselves up to make sure that this game is a win. Take the towers, get the pressure, move around the map. And Akatan sitting up there, it's one big mistake from either team, and that's gone.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty major objective. But one thing I do want to bring up right now, speaking of Fallen Warrior, a little bit of that greedy build coming out from the support role, going Heartsteel first. Definitely a bit more solo queuey instead of team-oriented. But right now, it seems to be working, and eventually this does mean that Fallen Warrior isn't just going to be the support, isn't just going to be that devourer to keep your Orianna or your Caitlyn safe. It's going to be a backline threat as well. So normally I don't like seeing that Heartsteel, but I think so far for this game, they've gotten away with it.
I think with most of their damage being so burst heavy into squishies, like Echo and Syndra, very good at squishies, not great into tanks, not at this stage. I think Tahm Kench actually has a really good time to play around that kind of timing and be a threat, because Sivir is going to need to finish that LDR to get through the... Oh, he kicked that straight into the tower.
Yeah. You're talking about cyberbullying. We bully minions here too, apparently, on Titan broadcast. It's a really sad state of things.
Yeah, it's just how the world goes these days, buddy. It's just how the world goes. But yeah, I think there is this like small time pocket where Tahm Kench can be a massive threat, but needs to get some tank items into that second slot. Needs to be setting up the rest of the team now and staying alive. I think there's maybe like 4 more minutes where Tahm Kench can have some fun being in that back line. But after that, no, you just have to be a meat shield.
Yeah, but one thing that can definitely help with it is coming up in just 20 seconds. They're already on soul point. This will be soul if monkeys are able to secure it, and it's the Chemtech soul. And it's something you absolutely love on really the majority of their lineup. The Jax, the Volley Bear, even the support Tahm Kench. They would love that extra safety, that extra damage and damage reduction as the Zenith Blade. They are looking, but it is still the Tahm Kench, so tanky. They'll get a bit of damage to start, but not going to be able to accomplish too much with that engage.
No, they need to step off of this one, take their time, and make sure that they cross all their T's and dot all their I's, as this Drake is too important to let slip from their grasp. They will get mid pressure right now as well. They could make the call right now to go straight to Atakan. They know that Syndra's burned that TP as well from the vision they had previously, so they know something is going on, but it looks like
they're
the
going to be
fight
going
is
for an
happening.
unstoppable onslaught. Still holding on as Alyssa Raven jumps into the backline. And now the Devourer will be used to save the jungler as Glada is going to be there attacking onto So Easy and will be going down. Giraffe Rider again with a shockwave. Alyssa Raven will get finished off. So Easy in zombie form will at least be able to secure a kill as Efron is alone into Glada. The rest of the teams there will be able to survive with the blast cone, but ace in the hole for the final shot. It's an ace, it's a soul, and it's a 5-4-1 for Monkeys.
It is a 5-for-1. It is a nearly clean sweep. Giraffe Rider risked themselves for that, but Glada just runs through them. Absolutely crazy bear moment. Like seeing a grizzly in your back garden. This is terrifying as they can take everything from this. And I'm bringing it back to this fight. The replay coming through. It's just, they're starting up the Drake. They think, yeah, we've got pressure. We have So Easy right here in the front. Leona drops this ult straight into the Pac-Land, straight onto Ori. This is great. Great setup. But Glada refuses to die. Unstoppable. Jumps. Dodges everything. Eden comes out with the shield and just one by one. And now the Orianna ult slightly misses, but does enough to kill off the Sivir. And that's the fight done. Without the Sivir, they can't do anything. Nation doing their best to try and get onto the Caitlyn. Doesn't realize it's still a Caitlyn. It's going to headshot you, and it's just so pretty at the end when you get an ace with an ace in the hole. It's just very, very well played. Top to bottom, just very well played.
And with that, they are going to have that 3K gold lead. And again, way more importantly, that Chemtech Soul is going to do so much for them. And you were talking about the shielding coming out of Fallen Warrior. Having 2 Chemtech Dragons on its own is really going to increase the value of that shield. They're going to be getting a lot of healing as well, especially on Glada right now. 617 has a Spirit Visage, may as well get that plus 12% healing boost as well. Now, we are seeing some value right now. So Easy seems to be winning really hard in this 1v1. Just absolutely winning those trades with Unstoppable Onslaught into Decimating Smash. But Wheeze able to heal up a little bit with that Sunring Sky. Is the damage there? And actually, Wheeze takes So Easy down super low and will be able to dodge away with that Leap Strike. But we are seeing an opportunity for Conduit Esports to win from the side. As I say that, it may have been the caster curse. Wheezy will get finished off. It is an immediate trade, but it is the shutdown going over to So Easy in the bot lane.
Yeah, the one point of the map that isn't absolutely dominating right now is that top side. It is very back and forth even, but that kind of opens up a lot more for the side of Monkeys, because Sion getting to these fights has been the biggest problem for them. It's been like affecting them the most because it's very hard for them to get through the Sion. Now with Sion down, they could siege really effectively here if they so choose, or they can set up for this Baron. And right now the siege is coming through. They're taking their time with it. We're seeing Ori kind of pick away at some areas, but it's all in the favor of Monkeys right now, even with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going to be the ones to have that pressure. And like you said, even in that Dragon team fight, a lot of the play coming out from Conduit is reliant on So Easy just being that big, beefy frontliner standing there as long as possible. And it did almost work, but they just didn't have enough damage. So whenever there's that 1-for-1 trade in the off lane over in that side lane, even if Wheeze goes down 2, removing the Sion means so much more. Now, the counterpoint is So Easy is still stacking HP, whereas Wheeze is not. Wheeze is only getting stats from the items. So Easy already had 416 Heartsteel stacks. Now, I believe we talked about Norm Watley already today. A huge hater of the Heartsteel item just because of the gold efficiency. But I think when you have stacks like this, it does become efficient.
It does become efficient. It does become an opportunity for some change. I'm just looking across these builds right now, and it's just so sad to see the Lichbane Proto Belt Echo, because they're both relatively cheap items now with the change back for Lichbane. And then you look at Glada, and it's just these big items like Cosmic Drive, massive items. Spirit Visage counters most of the damage right now coming from Conduit. And then the Navori to make sure you can continue to chomp on people and get all your health back. It's just... It's like when you're playing ADC and they have IE and you don't. You know, that kind of level of, oh my god, this hurts. That's what that feels like right now as the jungler perspective. And even in the mid lane, we see the Syndra is rushing towards the Void Staff. They need to get that magic penetration. And the rest of their items, like they have the Cosmic, yeah, that's great, and the Blackfire Torch for dots and it reduces magic resist, but you don't have that Rabadons. That's the item that everyone wants to see. Also, the Orianna build, I don't want to talk about it. Everything about that I hate.
Oh, but Grim Defier is slowly getting run down. Are they able to land it? They will at least be able to burn the flash, but now in the backline, Glada is here, and Glada is very happy to 1v3, maybe 1v4. Grim Defier will take Nation in the backline as Glada just wrecking everything in the front line. So Easy tries to buy some space, but it's still a double kill going over to Glada. And now So Easy is alone. Will take a while to get through this HP bar, but I don't think that So Easy is going to be able to get out of this flash all over the wall.
No.
And actually, they turn their attention away to everyone instead. Ace in the hole not even going to be needed. Glada going to be able to be on a rampage. And So Easy is tanky, will survive. But when you're all alone, does it really matter? Because they're pushing down the mid lane.
They chased down the Caitlyn and the bear appeared in the woods and it was just absolutely done. And Nation, I forgot the cardinal rule of playing into Caitlyn is you don't Zhonya's in front of her. You do not Zhonya's in front of a Caitlyn at this stage of the game because there will be a trap under your toes and you will die. And there's nothing you can do about it. And that's exactly what happened. Nation went for the Caitlyn, followed up the rest of the team, the flash away, goes Zhonya's, try to stop some of that damage coming through, gets trapped, gets killed. And it's now at that stage where if I was on Conduit, I'd be thinking about next draft. I'd be thinking about game 3. And I don't have an answer for them. I don't know what's going to work for them. I just think their proactivity fell apart when Glada got that first couple of kills.
Yeah, definitely, but
Elder?
the Elder Dragon is up, and this could be a moment if they are able to create a mistake or maybe even just punish a self-created mistake from Monkeys. This could definitely be a moment for them to come back. If they have Elder buff, this Goldie doesn't matter. This Chem Soul doesn't matter. But they need to be able to secure it, and right now, Monkeys, they're playing this smart. They're not letting this be pulled yet. They're just going to let their minions shove in. They have bot push, they have mid lane push. And they could start pulling it now as they are just retaking the area. They're clearing out this jungle. And they're on the Elder Drake, and this could be it. The unstoppable onslaught into the backline, gonna land onto Giraffe Rider, but again, in the meanwhile, Wheeze in the backline with Glada. Everyone just trying to run away, and so far has managed to get away. They're still fighting Chrono Break over top as well. Wheeze trying to get onto Chrome alone. They're doing so much damage, but they're not able to find it so easy. Gonna be the first to go down, but Wheeze is gonna be traded back. Efron still in the area. Abyssal dive. Efron will get licked. Fallen Warrior gonna be able to get that kill. And now they're losing their Nexus turrets. They don't have a smite in the area for this dragon, and that's just gonna be a very big play, and it could even be the Baron coming out from Monkeys.
Yeah, this could be the end of it all right now. Is Chrome alone losing their life to the super minions that have invaded the base. They nearly lost one of those towers. They all moved towards the Baron. They have Elder, they have Soul, they have Grubs. They have everything they need, and we're going back to, look, you don't Sonya's in front of a Caitlyn. Bang. On. Weeze didn't even understand what was going to happen there. Weeze was still trying to stun the Echo. The Echo was dead. And yeah, double kill for Glada. They continue to chase this. They're chasing Zoaz here, but it comes down to Fallen X Warrior eating the Syndra, pulling them back and going, hey guys, I got a free meal for you. Who wants to end on this? It's just, look, it's such a long sequence. And this setup is really, really nice, and they do manage to get pressure. So Easy manages to pull it out, pulls it towards them. It is trying to buy as much time as they can as well, but those super minions are streaming into the base. Nation has to move down towards this to try to clear out a wave, and that's where they say, we gotta go now. Nation isn't there. They start pulling this off, so Easy makes the engage. Draft Rider flashes it perfectly, and Glada and Wheeze alone in a 2 versus 4. They eventually get support from the Tam Kench, but it doesn't matter. It's already too far gone, and Glada just so much damage, so much healing. It's just, it's sad. It really is sad because there's nothing you can do about it. Volibear's too far gone.
Yeah, and I genuinely think that was really, really close for the side of Conduit. I think they played that really well. They found the right angles, and it was just the stat diff. Because they weren't able to take down Efron on the side of Monkeys. Efron barely managed to get away. The first one to go down was Wheeze, so Wheezy did fall afterwards. But I think if they were on even stats, that fight definitely goes towards Conduit. But right now, everything is going the way of Monkeys. So easy, just gotta get taken down. Elder buff makes it so easy to take down the tanks. And everyone is also so low, they cannot even start their own fight on their own terms. This might just be the beginning of the end, but they do need to stage this defense. They need to try something, but the Abyssal Dive going to be coming into the front line as a Stormbringer into the back line. They take down Efron, trying to defend the Nexus, and the Shockwave as well will be able to take down one, and it's going to be Monkeys Night City. They're up 2-0.
Yeah, Glada really flexing their muscles in that one, just absolutely tearing apart the enemy team. And Conduit, they've got a lot to do right now, but I think a big shout out has to go out to Giraffe Rider. Only 1 death in that game. 1 death. They've had 1 death in 2 games so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing extremely well. Obviously, the damage wasn't that great, but what we've noticed in both game 1 and game 2, the action's not happening in the mid lane. The action's happening either in the bot lane or in the top lane, definitely not in between. And this time around, I think there was a lot happening up in the top lane with Wheeze and So Easy. They were constantly brawling back and forth. Kind of what we expected to see in game number 1, except this time coming in with the Jax Sion matchup. And just like you said, Glada just got so far ahead. There was really nothing they could do. No one could stand up to the bear. And I mean, this was 2 games in a row where Monkeys, they just kind of looked really well built. They did exactly what they wanted. It was very organized. It wasn't chaotic. And if they can keep this up, I could see this just being a clean 3-0.
It was really well drilled. It looks like they know exactly where they need to be with this comp. It looks like they've practiced this before. And for everything they've practiced, it looks like it got out of control, but they kept that control in them. They didn't go too far. They didn't make big mistakes, and they just continued to play the game the way they designed it to be played. And it's just, if they do have a coach that goes through these drills with them and kind of talks them through it, a lot of credit has to go over there. If not, if it's just these 5 players here, congratulations, you've completed League of Legends at this level. Time to go up to the next division. Just go to the next division. But there's still one more game. So we'll be back in just a couple of moments. Please don't go anywhere. Game 3 is just around the corner.
And we are back here with a bit of a special announcement coming in because this is the grand finals. And you know what that means? It is time for our MVP awards coming out for the Divinity League. And here we are, Yomi going to be the Titan Esports Divinity 2025 MVP. As we see in the first team, so easy from Conduit, just Coopers from Monkey Safari, Al from TPOR, Yomi as well from TPOR, and Concrete from FFR. And I mean, one thing I is kind of looking out to be right now is that right now, Monkeys Night City, they're 2-0 in the grand finals, looking to clean the series, but they don't have any members in the MVP, so could maybe show the sign of a reverse sweep coming through. But before we go, second all-pro team, we have WL Ludacris in the top lane, Nation in the jungle, Nightmare mid, Chrome alone in the bot lane, and Poodle 25 in support. And for the third all-pro team, we have Noble Bark in the top lane, Dorado Gaming Zerino in the jungle, the Lord JK mid lane, big news in the bot lane, and WRUD Stepbro in support. So congratulations to all 15 of these players. And I don't know why I always keep forgetting this, but also congratulations to So Easy for being the MVP runner-up.
Yeah. Very, very well done. I'm very happy to see there's only one Dorado player in total because I think everyone knows I hate Dorado.
Yeah, they're not even on Dorado for this league.
Hate Dorado. Hate them. Zola, I hope you heard me. Never forget me. But yeah, no, like congratulations to all of our MVP winners, and it's just so surprising not to see the like finalists in the list apart from So Easy. I think it's the first time I've seen that in a while, which means that there was some really good talent going into this that hopefully we'll see moving up into the next division pretty soon, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I believe all of this is taken from the regular season. So, and again, we don't see anyone from Monkeys Night City here, but that's because they ended the season 4-3. And a lot of the time, the top teams from the regular season are the ones that are going to end up here. but they've been doing really well today. And I think the way they're playing tonight, especially, they could be deserving of one of these MVP awards for the next season, should they choose to continue playing in the Divinity, or, I mean, considering how they're playing, if they move up.
I think they should move up. I think they should all come to Vanquisher and see what happens up there.
But yeah, with that, we are going to be going back to a break before we head to game 3, but don't go anywhere. And we are back with a potential match point coming here for Monkeys, because they're up 2-0 over Conduit right now. And if they win this, they will be your grand finals champion. But obviously Conduit not going to make it so easy for them. We are headed into the third draft. Monkeys this time going to be on red side, so Conduit going to be selecting blue this time. And now that they have first pick, what do you think they should be prioritizing?
Jinx, 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 jinx. No, I think if you're on the side of Conduit, the best champions left untaken is something we've seen banned quite frequently, is Azir. You can blind Azir. Stop being scared. NA does this where they're scared of a Ziggs. Stop being scared of the Ziggs. It's just a Yordle. All he has is a couple of bombs. It's fine. You can deal with that. Pick the Azir as your prio. Or maybe Wukong? No, it's banned. Never mind. It's already gone.
Yeah, actually going to be banned by them. So they're kind of removing it off the pool themselves. So even if it was left up, most likely they wouldn't be the ones to take it. But and the Azir as well going to be banned. I mean, it could actually end up being that Jinx. There's a lot of other AD carries that are going to be gone. I think out of the rest of the meta ones, we still have oh, it's on the tip of my tongue, Varus. We haven't really seen Varus appear here today. Could be coming out of game number 3, especially with Smolder, Ashe, Caitlyn, and Sivir all kind of getting removed. And don't need to be scared of the Ziggs when you can just lock it in, you know?
I hate it. I hate it. It's so APA focused. That's just, like, I'm a Team Liquid fan, but I hate it. I really do not like seeing Ziggs this early. Jhin, this is just straight LPL, like last ditch effort kind of champions. Like at least maybe a Karma or something, just to give it that lane a little bit more oomph, something to kind of push that forward. But they're going to go for the Diego, the safe jungler. Gladys been feeling themselves. This is a good chance for it.
Yeah, and I mean, Viego is quite strong. In the Divinity League, we do see banned out quite often. But yeah, okay, so with that, it does pretty much confirm it. It is going to be that mid lane Ziggs. And it's going to be the MF in the bot lane. Now, Miss Fortune does deal quite a bit of damage as well. And I'm kind of wondering what they're going to pick here. It is going to be the Zac. Okay, I wanted to see something like that, because if you have the Ziggs, you have the Misfortune, you just need to build straight Wombo. I think maybe that's what they're doing. They just want something simple to execute. It's either going to win the team fight immediately or lose. And frankly, I'm here for it.
Okay, right. So I saw an EU Thresh in LEC recently, and it was absolutely beautiful. But what I'm starting to get worried about is they're going to go down the rest of the EU route and start picking weird stuff top. Because it's not looking too hot. Now, we still have some great picks left. We do have Zac Efron, which is a little bit worrying, but we still have Aurora still available?
That is the Zac Efron, isn't it, right now? Yeah, I know that Efron's not going to be playing it, but in the current moment, that is the Zac Efron, for real.
Yeah. It is a High School Musical for the side of CE right now. They're hoping to bring it all the way to 3 movies for themselves, but it is Aurora's left available. Cassante is left available.
Cassante has been banned in the past.
Has to be Aurora. You have to take Aurora here, right? Yeah.
Yep. And that's what they're going to pick for Giraffe Rider there in the mid lane. So they're going to leave the top lane counter. So I'm guessing whatever Monkeys is going to pick is going to be entirely determined on what Conduit want here. Now, it's going to be Alistar's support. Now, I'm wondering if they're just going to continue with this Wombo, but they could also pick a side laner. I think they should have enough damage in their Wombo, and they could just kind of do the 1-4 play style if they want to pick something. And Cassandra can do it to some extent, but I think here it's just going to be a very solid blind pick. I think that's all they wanted here. They wanted a safe lane. It
has to be the Garen, right? If they want to counter Cassandra, it has to be Garen.
Yep. Garen's going to be locked in immediately. This is why there's a Church of Seder up in Vanquisher. Just always right, 100% of the time. Never question Seder. But
no, it's just one of those picks that's just like when you don't have the Olaf, the Mordekaiser, and you have the rest of the top laners gone. Like you can't play the Renekton, you can't play the Sion, you can't play the Jax, but you don't want Cassandra getting that lead. It's just like Garen's just such a good pick, and there's also Viego on your team. Like Viego and Garen kind of work together on that level, where it's just like just get me the reset, just get me something, and then it works. So I don't mind this at all. I don't mind it. I do like Wheeze, I believe.
Yeah, I actually really like their team composition coming out here because they kind of have the three that are going to be diving into the fight. Four if you include Fallen Warrior, but I'm just talking about the damage dealers. Draft Rider is going to be going in, Glad is going to be going in, Wheeze is going to be going in, Grim Defier just going to be curtain called over the top. And if they get those resets, they can absolutely take over those fights. But we are getting onto the rift for game number 3. Can Monkeys win it all? Or can Conduit extend this and maybe be able to do the reverse sweep? We're going to have to find out, but all 5 members of Monkeys immediately going to the top side. Might be getting a couple of shenanigans coming through here.
Nation is in the mid lane looking for their jungle buddy. They're looking for the hugs in mid lane. That's really sad. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, but they are going to scout it out. They will see it coming through the top side. Just a couple bouncing bombs, but they will throw down a ward, so they'll be able to see when they walk in, when they leave. And it's just going to be the one ward placed kind of between the blue buff and the Gromp. So not too much information will be found there, and a similar ward will be placed on the opposite side. I believe that was placed by Nation, who's actually going to reset going for that sweeper and should be able to clear it out immediately.
There's also no ping down on the ward that was placed by Conduit onto their left side jungle, so the ward that came out from So Easy was not pinged off, so they don't know that there's vision there. I know it's a little thing, but that 5 gold, you know, it's just, it could have got that one. Could have been a nice one. But as we do go back to these lanes, I'm not too familiar with Aurora into Ziggs. I have not seen this in quite a while, and I feel like this might be one of those lanes where Aurora can't get first blood.
So I think it is possible once level 6 is there. And I'm basing this entirely off of a solo queue game I had earlier today, which was this exact matchup, funnily enough. And yeah, and until the level 6 comes through, where the Aurora is kind of able to close the gap onto the Ziggs should just be able to create that distance, just throw out those bouncing bombs and never really be in harm's way. The only issue is, though, before Lost Chapter, before the Ziggs is able to one-shot these waves, kind of has to give the priority over. But, I mean, right now, if the poke is landing, might just be able to gain it through that alone.
Might be able to. I do want to talk about this bot lane just a little bit after we see this lovely trading that happens in the top side every 2 minutes. But as we go towards that bot side, we do see Jhin into Misfortune. Now, Thresh is a big factor in this one. If Thresh is hitting everything and not yellow starring, it is a very easy lane. But Jhin does quite well into Misfortune because Jhin gets to play at that range that Misfortune can't quite play into, and gets to throw out those bouncing bombs, throws out the Q, and as it bounces around, that grenade does hit Misfortune, stops that kind of first strike for 1, which is an odd choice. I do prefer going into that PTA, brushing the Bloodthirster, but it also does other things where it stops them from having that strut, stops them having that movement speed that is so pivotal in Misfortune's kind of kit at the moment, and the fact you can stick to targets with it. So I personally really do enjoy playing Jhin into Misfortune. I just feel like you do what Misfortune does at a better range, just with less bullets. But I do really like that matchup, so I'm quite excited to see how the bot lane will go here for Grim, who has been doing so well so far on those long range ADCs. We remember the Caitlyn from last game. So excited, and I'm going to have a quick look here at Glada, who seems to have gotten scuttle advantage on bot side first, and they're moving straight towards mid to go towards the second one or gank.
Yeah, this could be a fight brewing over in that top side as Giraffe Rider trading pretty heavily, but Efron just completely out of mana now. So even if both the mid laners are able to join up for this scuttle fight, Wheeze has a priority in the top side. Giraffe Rider at least has the mana coming in from the mid lane. So I'd be surprised, but Nation's still going to go for it. Does have the smite, and we see in the picture-in-picture, Glad is the one that's able to secure it. So Double scuttle coming in from monkeys. And now they could even look towards Efron. The stun is going to be coming through. It will land, but I don't think they have the damage for the kill. The satchel charge just going to be used for safety, but now Efron is really out of mana.
Yeah, Efron should be forced back off of this wave as you do see the recall begin to get channeled. So that will be a slightly better reset coming through for the Aurora if they can get this one in. But no, Efron decides to stay in an attempt to equalize and make sure there is no gold difference on their recalls. But the bot side is a decent engage coming through.
Yeah, there's a lot of autos coming back and forth. Really good deadly flourish just to keep Illicit Raven off of this. But a lot of pressure right now from Chrome Malone and Illicit Raven. Miss Fortune is really strong in the early game, and especially the Jhin, before a couple items, does struggle to land more than just very short trades. And so I think overall in this bot lane, these trades are going to be favoring more towards the Miss Fortune. But if the hook is able to land on Carmelone, that's where they can really just burst down the MF if they're able to secure that fourth shot onto it. Because right now, actually, I'm talking about bot lane, but Weez just going to get soloed in the top lane so easy. Going to be able to get that. It doesn't matter if it's a counter because right now So Easy is the one that's getting the advantage.
Yeah, I think So Easy saw the MVP graphic and went, wait, I got runner up and first team. I should be winning this, and then decided to do that as Wee's not even on the list. But from what I saw on Twitch chat earlier, supposedly has beaten all 3 top laners to get to grand finals, all of the ones from the first pro team. So Weez still has a mountain to climb in terms of getting to the pro team, but winning this one might solidify that, while So Easy on the other side needs to be proving that they deserve to be there.
Yeah, but Conduit, at the very least, they're going to be able to just walk into this dragon pit and take the first dragon of the game for themselves for free. And they're able to do that just with really recall timings. The pack timings ended up favoring them and just going to be a free objective for them. But taking a look over at the CS numbers, we're starting to see a pretty sizable gap starting to grow in this bottom lane. Now, part of that probably is just because of that dragon. Carmelone did have to leave the lane for a little bit, but even so, it's almost 10 CS lead for Grim Defier.
Yeah, it is a nice little CS lead building up there in the bot side, and I love to see it as a Jhin connoisseur. Don't play that Misfortune. It's too easy of a champ these days. It's the new tutorial, but we do see another heavy trade coming out on the top side, and Weez, you got to be careful with this.
Yeah, the all-out is going to be coming through, and Weez will try to use the Demacia Justice, but it's a bit too early, and now the flash for Flash is going to be coming through, and So Easy going to be able to secure that kill, and Weez is really starting to fall apart here in the top lane. However, Glada is in the area. So Easy does not have a lot of HP. Will be able to dodge out on that Spectral Maw and will be able to run back to safety.
Yeah. Counter matchups are meant to go this way. So a full credit to So Easy for making it look so easy. Really, really nice work, as we do see that roam coming up from Illicit Raven as well. And already changes in the side of Conduit as they look a lot more comfortable in this game. They seem very, very good at moving around the map. They're winning the side lanes in terms of the top side, which is something we haven't seen before. Usually it was Weez getting the better of So Easy, and they seem to be playing a lot better off of this one, as Fallen Warrior will find the hook, though.
Hook is going to land. It is just going to be on the nation. The Flay as well, but the Headbutt Pulverize also in the area. And now with the Stretching Strikes, they're going to be looking for more. And Omega Fertibomb not going to land on everyone. Perfect field goal between everyone. Between worlds dealing a lot of damage. Everyone is so low, but no one going down. Going to get the hook. Gonna go wide. Fallen Warrior will yellow star, and they're not going to be able to get themselves a kill, but they will secure the grubs.
They will get themselves grubs, and they also have Jhin in the area as well, as we have a slight DC there coming through from Fallen Warrior, which...
Yeah, just rage quitting from that hook.
Yeah, it's a little moment to yourself. Don't worry about too much, as there is the pause. We were waiting for that one to come true, but that fight was... It felt very forced from both sides, right? Not just me thinking that. It felt like everyone wanted to fight, but didn't really want to fight.
Yeah, that's kind of what I got from that as well, but... It does make sense. The grubs are up in the top lane. If you do win that fight, if you are able to make it happen, you can get a lot for your team, getting all 3 of those grubs. And Monkeys, despite not getting any kills, they got more than enough priority to just, at the very least, attempt to secure all 3 grubs. They should definitely get 2, but we are seeing So Easy just starting to roam down towards that pit. But there is one thing I did want to bring up. So there was this challenger streamer I used to watch a lot. Top lane, kind of a Cassante OTP. And what he constantly said is Garen does not counter Cassante. Cassante counters Garen. And his mentality for that and the whole reasoning for it is because of the change that happened to the All Out for the Cassante, where what upon its original release, it would bring you down to 40% HP. Now it brings you down to 60. So Garen needs to deal a lot of damage over top of that to be able to get that Demacian Justice execute range. But because of the cooldown reduction, because of the Pathmaker, the Garen's not able to get you to that point. You're just able to out lifesteal that damage. You're able to out DPS the Garen. And typically when you all out, it's on your terms. So you're never going to be in that situation where you're going to be taking that damage. So the Demacian Justice, in theory, should never be able to take you down. Now, I know a lot of people definitely disagree, but it's definitely an interesting way to look at it.
No, it definitely is an interesting way. And I never really thought about the changes to Garen's ability haste coming through either. Especially with those build changes as Glada is just gonna ult out of that one. They're fine.
Heartbreaker's a good ability, so is the little pause bug we have.
Yeah, this won't take too long, but yeah, they do get the 3 grubs, so they haven't lost the full handshake of the starting objectives. Now, the 60% thing, it's good, but if Garen has the damage, like has that, like let's say Black Cleaver and Guard Breaker, as Nation is going into the red again. We saw this before.
Yeah, Stretching Strikes is going to be there, but Nation is alone. Or as I say that, Chrome is here. So is Alyssa Raven. They could make something happen. Glada trying to get her with the Spectral Maul, but the bullet time over top is going to be a kill for Chrome Alone. And that will be the Feats of Warfare secured for Conduit this time around. They're looking a lot better in game number 3.
What are they doing there? Like that, it's so crazy to see like a 9-minute red invade. Yeah, do you know what, Nation? Fair play. That is a hell of a call to make, and they do manage to get something from it, even more impressive. But they do manage to get a couple of camps as well. They steal that away, as we now see Ziggs matching the Jhin in the bot side as Efron has moved down to deal with Grim, who I don't think this is a terrible swap coming through. I just don't think you have enough pressure as the Ziggs onto
it's another all-out coming out in the top side. So easy. Looking to trade with Wheeze, and a lot of damage coming through the Pathmaker. Almost going to be able to connect, and the third Q is going to land. And so easy on a killing spree. 3-0 alone in the top lane. Those were all solo kills.
Yeah, that's the MVP for performance we were looking for. That's the all-pro top laner we were looking for in game 1 and 2. And yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see from So Easy. It's turning into Soaz now. I think I've stopped making that joke. They started to play a lot better. But yeah, Cassante starting to take over, and it's a wonderful all-out as we go back to this replay of the engage coming through. A Nation standing on that, a miss from Fallen Warrior. Great little bit of micro movement coming through there from the Zac as Chrome Alone just goes, I'm not chasing that. Just eat bullets.
I mean, it's just the Americans' playstyle. You know, you gotta. They went too far. I'm not chasing after that. I'm just gonna fire my gun. It's gonna go a long distance, and with that, Chromalone's just able to get themselves that kill. And it looks like they are gonna be going that Essence Reaver first build now. That is interesting to me. It might still be something else. We'll see. But a lot of the time, Bloodthirster first is the play. But it doesn't seem like Chrome Alone is really feeling threatened enough to go for that lifesteal, to go for that shield. So just wants to be able to spam those abilities more and more. The double up and the make it rain the bullet time just over top. Probably will get more use out of that first strike as well. Just building that gold up. As Conduit going to be able to get the second dragon of the game here in that bot side. And again, it was uncontested.
Yeah, setting themselves up really nicely for a quick dragon take, which you've seen a lot more from the monkeys. And they seem a little bit more lost this time around, but they do have that Viego, they do have the Aurora, and they do have a lot of time to work with. And Jhin doing quite well on that bot side as well. I am very uncomfortable with the fact that Jhin is rushing into that collector though. That's a mistake. I'm not gonna lie, that is a mistake. I don't like collector in this game at all. You're never getting Cassante low enough to use it, or Alistair, or Zac, and you're not gonna have the opportunity to get to that Misfortune or to that Ziggs. Just go for the Yumus, take that movement speed. Just be positioning better in these fights.
And I think that is kind of the issue a lot of people have with Jhin, just the inability to deal with tanks. As we might be getting a dive here, but we is at full HP, so I am happy to see Nation back away. So he's just already doing well enough. Don't need to force a play. But as I was saying, the Jhin kind of struggles into tanks, and like you said, there's 3 very beefy frontliners on Conduit now. How do you think they should build? You said Youmuu's first instead of the Collector, but even after that, is there any item that Jhin can get to kind of work with that weakness instead of just kind of accepting it?
To be honest, as a Jhin player, what I do in these kinds of games, I go Youmuu's, i.e. LDR. I completely skip the attack speed item, even though you have some decent scaling with it and it helps you do more damage. I just skip it. I just don't go for that item at all. I get my 3 items. I get my Youmuu's to make sure I can position better and move around the map better and make sure I don't get caught out. I get the IE for its IE. It's an ADC staple. And you go for the LDR immediately and you just work off of making sure you're hitting the right targets at the right time. And then afterwards, yes, you can go for your rapid fires and whatnot, but you do need to just have that raw damage. But Collector doesn't give you anything. It's an item that's honestly just negligible at this stage. I don't think it's a good item in any situation unless you're killing them off of every single back timing and you have a Collector for that extra little bit of gold. It's not a good item at all, and I feel like this could be a big mistake coming from the Jhin.
And we're gonna have to see if maybe they can play it out. They do have a decent CS lead over in the bot lane, however. When Chromalone got that kill, it just completely negates it. And again, that CS lead probably is from the roam that Chromalone did, going all the way up into the top red side jungle. I don't think we really talked about how crazy that roam was before, actually. Just not one you see that early on. There was no grubs, no objectives to fight for. Chromalone and Alyssa Raven just kind of going into the top side, as we're seeing so easy. Could be looking for another play. He has the 3rd and Tofo strike. Will be able to land it, but not going to follow through with the all out, as Glad is in the area trying to cover for Weeze for now.
Trying their very best to cover it here. And now this Rift Herald is spawning. That'll be the completed feats if Conduit can get there. So there has to be a fight here. There has to be something. But they're already losing bot tower and they can't leave Ziggs alone in the side lane because they will lose. They will lose the feats without that even being taken. And that is a hell of a combo to land on Draft.
Yeah, just every single ability landing. Draft Rider has the TP in the bot lane, but the conditions for the fight just aren't there, as we see Nation has already started onto this Rift Herald, and I don't think they can contest it on Monkeys. I think they're just gonna have to give up feats here.
They're just gonna have to hand it over because Glada is not on the right side of the map for this. The Triforce is completed, but they will not be able to make it there in time. They'll just have to step off of this one, as we do see Grim now shoving in that mid lane. Rift Herald completed. That's feats completed already for Conduit, and it's a completely different phase to what we saw from Monkeys before. They seem very lost on the map. They haven't gotten a single kill yet.
Yeah, and we're seeing them take the value out of that because no one had their tier 2 boots when that went down. But now we see the recalls coming out from So Easy, Nation, and Chromalone getting those tier 2 boots, getting those little bits of extra stats as well. And actually, the Swifties specifically for Chromalone, having feats on them is so big because you get a lot of damage from the upgraded version once they become the, I don't actually know the name, but basically the tier 3 boots. You get adaptive force based off move speed, and with the strut, the bullet time really becomes a much more powerful ability.
Oh, I've stopped trying to learn the names of things like this that I don't think will last. So I just call them supers. So they're just super Swifties or super plated, like super mercs. That's all it is to me in my head. It's an easier way of saying it, and alas if they don't keep those boots in. But for the moment, we see Efron is going to get rooted up, but no follow-up, as they want to take their time with this one.
Yeah, but they might not have that time because Chromalone has the Essence Reaver. As I say that, Nation's the one that's going to be going in. But now Spectral Maw is going to land. It's still only onto that frontliner. They cannot full commit onto the Zag, but Alyssa Raven almost in range of Glada. That could have been a very scary Headbutt Pulverize combo. But they're just going to go in on Conduit. They have all 5 members here. They already TP down So Easy early on. Draft Rider could be looking for a play. Going to get a decent amount of poke onto Efron. But again, they're just going to walk away. They know they can't win this fight, so they're not even going to try.
Yeah, they're just going to step off of this one and allow this one to go over. And it seems like everything is going in Conduit's favor this game. And it's a nice change of pace. We might actually get to see more than just 3 games here, as this seems to be Conduit on their resurgence.
Yeah, at the very least, Wheeze has been able to kind of close that gap in the top lane a bit. Got that solo gold for that tier 1. I think it's only 300 gold, but it's still something. It's still going to help Wheeze later on in these trades. And we'll be able to deny a little bit of CS as well. But now, the mid lane's going to be the next focus in Nation. On the Zac can definitely go win. They do have the hook. And that's a lot of the CC missing, but Nation will land the stretching strikes only on a Grim to fire, and the flash is going to be forced because of that bullet time. No kills, but it will be a summoner.
Will be a summoner. It will be a slight burn there, but let's see what the plan is now, because there's nothing on the map to fight for. It's just lanes and towers, and there's no neutrals up at the moment. So this is kind of the time where I want to kind of see Monkeys solidify a plan for themselves. I want to see them look for something, look for a play, look for Viego to get on the map and be active, as Viego has been power farming, which is wonderful. But I just feel like it's a different look from GLaDOS from what we saw from before with the Volibear. It's completely taking over games and Jin Zhao being so strong. It just seems like they're not jungling as well as they were before.
And the thing is, they're really not that far behind in gold. It's only a 600 gold difference right now. They're definitely in the area where they can play, where they can fight. And I think they're just struggling to play with these two compositions. It seems that right now, Conduit is having a much easier time creating these plays, as, again, we see SoEasy just trading so well in the top lane. We see Efron getting a huge push in the bot lane, though did burn Flash on that last play. And they're just nowhere for Monkeys to really make that play. They don't have the tools they need.
Yeah, they don't really have the tools right now, and they're just, they need that fight. They need that 5v5. They need everything to open up for them, and they're just sitting back. They're inviting pressure, and then they're wondering why they're losing. They're wondering why they're not getting the advantages they got before, and it feels like something's not quite clicking in the team. Something's missing, and to be honest, it's just GLaDOS. GLaDOS is just not there, being aggressive and forceful and looking for big fights, as we do see a hook land, but it's going to amount to nothing, as they're too scared.
I'm wondering if part of this is kind of what you mentioned over in that first game, where when you lose the feats, it really kills the morale. Because again, we're seeing it right now, 400 gold difference. That is nothing. I think Monkeys might think that this lead is a lot bigger than it really is. Because they're winning out on CS in the bot lane pretty heavily. They're winning out in the CS pretty heavily in the jungle. And they're doing well overall. Like, this is not an insurmountable gold lead. They are not that far behind. But they're playing so scared. And I guess from what they see, it's 4-0. It's 3 dragons to nothing. They have the grubs, sure, but even the Herald went over to Conduit. And so I'm thinking maybe they think this lead is something like 2 to 3k. Which, especially at this stage in the game, would be a lot. But if they take the time to look at the items, to look at their own conditions, I think they should be aware that they can make a play. They just need to be the one starting it.
Ooh, that hook would have been very nice onto Efron there if they could have followed it up. But we don't know. It never landed. We'll never get to see, as we will see that tower will go down and the fight starts.
Might be a play happening in the top side. Wheeze is in the area, but again, backs away, Nation. Just fighting against GLaDOS for now. Deadly Flourish not going to land. But Spectral Ball will get flashed over. And now the curtains are being called, but there's just no one really low enough to get punished for it. At the very least, they will force the flash from Nation, and the turret in the bot lane will be going over to Giraffe Rider in the side lane. So some stuff finally starting to go the way of Monkeys, but again, it's all slight leads that end up going back and forth. So they need something bigger.
Do need something. They need something like an Orianna, you know, just like a really nice big ult to completely change the face of the game. But I do have to call back something that I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I've definitely noticed. These mid laners just don't care for fighting whatsoever. Through all 3 games, Toki, neither of them have cared. We always look down and it's just 0-0-0 all across the board. They just don't want to play right now, do they?
I mean, I guess for them, League of Legends is a PvE game. The PvP is just a little side minigame that you do for the last 5 minutes of the game just to kind of decide the winner. But the fun is the last hitting, and I think that's why most of us do play League of Legends here. But the Dragon Soul is now up, and monkeys are nowhere to be found. This is entirely taken over immediately by Conduit, and they're just going to start it immediately. Now, I'm wondering if they're going to be able to get here fast enough to try and contest this, but Chromolona Nation, they're just hitting onto a Draft Riders in the area, but Fallen Warriors fully zoned out by the Alistair, but now they've managed to find an angle on the right side. We see Wheeze and So Easy starting to run down on the minimap. Neither one going to be using their TP quite yet as Fallen Warrior just continuously landing those death sentences onto Illicit Raven. Dragon's at 5.5, but will get reset. So who has a stronger poke? My guess is gonna be Efron. The Ziggs typically has quite a lot of range, quite a lot of damage within that, as now Fallen Warrior is gonna get found out. Will be flashing over top as Nation found the back line. Super Mega Rocket over the back line, not gonna be enough. Nation will get one shot, but actually in the back line, Chrome alone is dead. Wheeze doing a great job alone, so it is gonna be 1-for-1 for now. 2-for-1. Sorry, as Fallen Warrior will be next to follow. Now, Headbutt Pulverize gonna land onto two. Alyssa Raven just buying so much space, so easy. In the all-out, gonna be able to take down Giraffe Rider. Glida gonna barely be finished off. Almost takes down Alyssa Raven. Grim Defier is alone, but with a final hit, will get taken down. It's a triple kill for Efron. It's an ace for Conduit, and that should be the Mountain Soul as well.
Yeah, looking back towards this, Wheeze just sticks to Chrome alone. I don't know how this happens. Everyone seems to walk forward. Chrome alone gets hit by the slow, cleanses it, but yeah, just silence. Exhaust isn't going to do too much. And yeah, eventually Wheeze just manages to shut down the ADC. So that should have been a winning fight just from that point right there. And Wheeze doing their very best, but as you see here, Glada going in gets immediately knocked up by Alistair, and then from that point on it's just chain CC doing their very best to change back, but they can't get through that unbreakable coming from the Alistair, and without that last reset and the rest of their team falling, it's just Efron just poking them out for days, and Grim just, you're not going to get through those tanks with a Yumus or a Collector. You're just not doing it. You need speed. Jin speed. Like a mosquito in fights.
Yeah, fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That's what Grim Defier needs to do here, but does have the 2-item power spike. But the issue here is not only are these 3 very solid tanks in the front line, now there's also the Mountain Soul that they need to burn through. It's just going to make fights so much more difficult. Getting that DPS out is going to be even harder for Grim Defier. Maybe eventually Glada, Wheeze, and Giraffe Rider can help deal with that front line, and Grim Defier can be more of that supporty AD carry. And we do see that coming out of Jin's pretty often, but the question is, when will they have enough damage to deal with this Cassante, to deal with this Zac? Because I don't think they're going to be there anytime soon.
No, the scaling time isn't there. The game's gotten a little bit too out of control. Glad are trying to take their own red buff, but Nation seems to love invading for these. So we'll see if they want to send it on this, as Nation is thinking about it, hovering back and forth. You have Mountain Shield, and it looks like a whole new health bar on some of these. But they managed to get the red. They've set themselves up for Atakan now, and even thinking about going towards this, I think, is a death sentence. It is just not worth it, as we will see Giraffe Rider do their very best to cosplay humanoid in the Fnatic days and just stay on the side lane and just get some towers.
Yeah, I mean, the tier 2 will give quite a bit of gold. I believe it's 700 gold to the person that takes it, and they're also able to get the tier 1 in mid lane. This actually is not a bad trade. Now, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to finish off the turret in the bot lane. Giraffe Rider has to leave it at just a sliver of HP, as the TP does come in from So Easy to protect it. But even so, they did force out that summoner. They did get the tier 1 in the mid lane. They're getting something now. They're not just giving stuff away. They are trading for it.
Yeah, they're doing their very best to trade for it. It's just like, as you look down through the builds, you see Randuin's has been completed by Cassante, so Jin is less useful. We're seeing that Tornmail now being built by the Zac, so he's going to hurt himself when he hits Zac. And then you look at the Alistair and go, well, he has an Unbreakable. He's just going to ult and say no. So Jin has to get onto either the Ziggs or the Misfortune, and how are you going to walk through those tanks?
Yeah, there's just really no easy way for them to do it. And again, I talked about the damage that they could, or the champions that can kind of go through these tanks on the side of monkeys, but the plated steel caps are already being purchased on those frontliners. They're buying the upgraded versions of them as well. It's just going to be so much shield, so much health that they have to burn through. And even Viego, who's typically decent at it, just not going to be able to bring out anywhere near enough damage. Will eventually just kind of go down on his own, just to that Thornmail, to that Sunfire coming out from Nation. It's a very difficult game to play for Monkeys. I think their draft is just really starting to show its cracks.
I've actually went back and looked through builds for Jin, just in my spare time. Just looking through and checking some of the leagues, and the only loss I found was with Collector, and all the wins I found are with
Efron
Yugen.
is gonna be getting attacked now as he did get a little bit of lag, sorry about that, but Efron's still getting jumped by Glada. Will be able to just jump away with the explosive satchel, but the hook, the death sentence is gonna land, and the Spectrum Maul over top just needs a couple more autos, and the
Coming through from
Between Worlds will be there, and Giraffe Rider still looking for the final hit. One more auto is needed, one more, and it will be there. But in the meanwhile, the Baron's getting started. The curtains are being called. 6k HP left. And now Grim Defier's in the area, Wheeze is in the area, but is Glada. Glada is nearby. Bullet Time coming out over the top, not able to get too much damage. And now the fight is starting. It is 4v4, but Giraffe Rider's in the area. So easy, trying to find a play. Not going to be able to find the angle. And Monkeys, they're able to get the shutdown. They're able to get a kill, and they're able to prevent the Baron. Though, as I say that Conduit, they're going to pull it again.
Yeah, they're just going to start it up again, and this is a little bit of a crazy call, but Zac is now only started taking damage, and they've already taken out 2/10 of its health bar that is continuously getting chipped. They have an idea.
Easy. Looking for the angle, but those Ntofo strikes just aren't landing right now. Needs to get that triple stack. As the Baron actually got a pull so easy away. Headbutt pulverized onto Fallen Warrior, but now Efron is going to be DPing back in. What can they do? Wee's just spinning to win in the backline, but is alone. Will get absolutely burst down, and now listen, Raven with the pulverize onto two. Mega Inferno Bomb over top. Chromalo going to be able to take down Fallen Warrior, and now the Elastic Slingshot not going to be able to find anyone quite yet, but now the Tragic Strike's onto two. Let's bounce. We're going to get a double kill for Chromalo. Glada is going to be able to get away between worlds from Giraffe Rider, just going to be used for show. It's a 3-0 for Conduit, and they can just go right back to the Baron. They can take the tier 2. The world is their oyster.
World is their oysters. They're also going to get this mid tower thanks to the power of Ziggs. They're going to get the Baron, and this game is out of their hands now. This all comes down to, and we're going to have a quick look at it, because that Elder Drake is spawning in 12 seconds, and we see Glada sprinting down towards it. Is there even an opportunity for Glada to steal this? Are they going to give Glada the opportunity to even attempt this one? To be honest, if they were fast enough, they could probably start it themselves.
I just don't think Glada has the damage to take it down fast enough, and kind of like you said, Najin just not really taking any damage here to the Baron, just able to heal back up with the Bloblets, immediately back to full HP, but let's take us through this fight.
This is a sad state, this one here. Like, the Aurora is not doing damage at all. Ult didn't even get rid of the bare shields coming from here, and Wee's doing the very best to try get to Chrome alone, but they just can't get onto the back line. The front line is too tanky, too much CC, too much going on. And on the second re-engage, they try it again. Weeze attempts to circumvent the front of the fight and tries to get to the back, as Chrome alone is just completely safe here. There is no way for Weeze to access that back line, never mind the rest of the team, and Giraffe Rider with no ult can't do much here either, as Elder has spawned. Weeze is in the top side with TP, and Glada is hiding out in the wings here. This is a doomed situation, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way Monkeys can really fight for this Elder, but it looks like for now, Conduit, they're not super interested in the Elder themselves. They're looking like they'd rather just try and force a fight without it, as the hook is going to land. But again, it's on to Alyssa Raven now. Mega Inferno Bomb dealing so much damage. Grim to Fire already super low. And Headbutt Pulverize onto the backline. Glada able to get away just for a moment, but will get finished off by Efron. As now Giraffe Rider getting auto down by Chrome alone. One more auto is needed, but we'll be able to back away. The curtains were called, but they're just there once again for show. And it's just going to be the 1-for-0, but blinking health bars on everyone on the side of Monkeys. They should just be able to walk right in and take this inhib.
Yeah, it's just like a completely ignore Elder, take Nexus kind of moment. But the pings are finally going down. This Elder has just been sitting there untouched for so long when it's such a free win system. Like, just, you know you have it. Like, at this stage, you know you have it. Like, just go for it. We believe in you as Draft Rider. They're going to do the very best to try to get some poke here onto Alistair, but didn't even land.
Yeah, Alyssa Raven doesn't really care, but I wonder if part of the reason is they feel like they don't need this Elder to win, and that's their only opportunity to throw this game, as now the Elder is going to be there for so easy. 1v3 in the top lane. So far looking good, 1-0, but Demacian Justice is going to be there. So Weez will get the shutdown, and with the Elder buff and Baron buff getting removed, that's probably worth it for Monkeys.
Yeah, it's a decent comeback. It's something. There's a shutdown, there's some gold, it removes some of those major buffs, but it's still not enough. It's still, you're still so weak, so behind. You haven't even completed that third item onto your Aurora yet. And without that big ult, without that between worlds really hitting, how do you expect to get through these tanks? Because Jin's not going to be able to do it. Garen, yeah, he killed a Cassandra in a 1 versus 3, and you still lost one member. It's still very, very shaky, and it starts to beg the question of, is this actually the comeback for Conduit?
Yeah, they are over 6k gold behind. They are down the Elder buff. They are down the Mountain Soul as well. And right now, Conduit, they're not even going to go to the side. They're just going to go right back to mid. It looks like they want to just try and end this game as soon as possible. Nation could have an angle for the Elastic Slingshot, but no minion wave there yet, as neither side is really making the forward play. But Efron will get hooked. Deadly Flourish not going to come out in time, but I don't think they want this fight into the Elder buff anyway, even if it is onto the Ziggs. But I will say there is no Zhonya's right now coming out of Efron. But look at those bombs flying. Giraffe Rider might burn down, will survive just barely thanks to the Lantern. But right now they're already on to the Nexus turrets. Fallen Warrior gonna get hit with a bullet time, will get taken out. Weez trying to spin, but again, just forced to flash away. Giraffe Rider could be the next target, and Headbutt Pulverize just going to zone Giraffe Rider away. And they're just not able to do anything right now. The Elder buff is too strong. The final bouncing bomb coming in takes down Giraffe Rider. Now they're looking to fight, but it's 3v5. There's no turrets. There's only a Nexus for a little bit longer. But Conduit, they're going to be able to finish it off, and they're taking us to a game 4 as they start the reverse sweep.
Yeah, they just went back to pick Cassante and see what happens, and it happened pretty well for them, as So Easy manages to take over that game and really, to be honest, 1v9 that one, as they were too much of a presence there at all. There was no way ever for them to come back into that one. Garen was too far behind, and Glada, that's the biggest standout for me. Glada lost all their pressure, lost all of their aura after one game, and it looks like Nation kind of showed why they play so aggressively, because it shuts down junglers, and Glada got shut down that game.
I mean, I feel like Glada needed to get something done early for this team comp, because if they're not ahead, they're never going to be able to burn through these tanks. And then especially, they did get a little bit lucky on the side of Conduit getting the Mountain Soul. That is by far the best soul they could have gotten. But I mean, even so, I think without it, they still would have had no issues closing out this game. Just their draft just worked too well. Thresh couldn't really land a hook on a priority target. Eventually did land it onto Efron, but there's no one there to follow even a death sentence onto it. And then Giraffe Rider just lacking the damage. Wee's not able to win in the side lane. There's just really no angle to come back into this. And I think they can just let this game go. They're still up 2-1. They're still on match point. They're still not threatened to lose in the next game. just get another draft, get one that isn't hard countered, and then maybe they can just take it home with a 3-1.
Yeah, there's always the opportunity. There's always that opportunity. But Conduit looked really, really good in that game. A complete shift from what we saw in game 1 and 2. And Monkeys just seemed lost. They just seemed very, very lost on the map. So maybe it's just tiredness kind of like seeping in now. And they're starting to let us slip a little bit. But we will find out very, very soon as we get into game 4 in just a few moments. So please don't go anywhere.
Sorry for the delay, but we are back with game number 4 between Monkeys and Conduit. This time, Conduit have managed to snag themselves a win, so it's 2-1 right now for Monkeys, but they're still on match point. And Satyr, do you think they're going to be able to bring it back, or do you think Conduit are going to take us to a game number 5?
For the sake of everyone's sleep, I'm going to say no, please don't. End it, end it all. But on the other side, no, a game 5 would be an absolute banger. Like every grand final that goes to game 5 is an absolute banger. Not just because, oh my god, it's game 5, it's because Fearless exists. Fearless is great. Fearless gets to see the weird stuff come out. We get to see new picks. But just for the sake of right now, there's some changes in the bans already.
Yeah, I do think the sides are going to be swapping, so Conduit's going to be over on the red side this time around. And we are seeing the Twitch getting banned away. And like you said, Fearless, it's definitely going to change things up because we're now 30 bans in just from the Fearless bans. So a lot of champions that can get countered might have lost their counters.
Lilia.
Oh, Lilia is available. Unless Conduit banned it out here as their 6th ban, but we're seeing the Ivern ban, the Amumu ban. I believe those are new, and the Varus ban as well. Lilia is available if anyone just wants to snag it for themselves. It's always fun to watch that deer run and frolic through the woods because it is very powerful, and it can definitely start running away from games. And I was going to say, for Glada especially, those games 1 and 2, just absolutely able to snowball, take full control. Lilia is a perfect champion for that playstyle.
Yeah, Lilia is what I want to see from Glada. It's going to blow it up, but we're going to have a Jarvan, which leads into maybe... Okay, so they're going to... I don't like this. I don't feel like there's enough champions to actually work well with that anymore, because the Orianna's gone, the Talia's gone.
Mel's not bad.
Mel. But it's not the same. It's not the same as an Orianna ball or Talia putting the Unraveled Earth or, you know, just a Ziggs bomb. Like, last game would have been great, but... they're also going to get the Azir, 2 priority picks that have been banned every single game so far. They're going to take the Azir, they're going to take the Lilia. What's going to be your ADC? Because there's not a lot left. I want to see bullying in that lane. I want to see Grim take over, and that is a pick to do it with. I love Lucian right now. I was telling you earlier that I've been on a bit of a streak playing Lucian. I think it's like 24 game win streak with like 2 games of Ashe, Jinx, I think 1 Smolder, but the rest is all Lucian, and that is a Veigar. What are you doing in this draft? Where's that going? What are you doing here? Is that a mid Veigar Mel ADC?
I would say it's the other way around. If anything, I would have guessed that this is going to be Chrome alone playing the Veigar, and the Mel likely going to Efron. That's my guess, and I do think it's going to be hard into the Lucian though. That's the only thing, because I think you kind of need to be able to get those. You need to be able to get those stacks, but Lucian's just going to be able to get in your face. Veigar is not that long range. But they did ban out the Nami, they banned out the Karma, and Braum and Milio, the 2 other supports we see very commonly with Lucian, are just going to be Fearless banned. So I'm wondering what they are going to pick with it, but looking at the rest of their team comp, I would like to see some kind of engage coming through. We actually haven't seen the Nautilus yet this series. There's still the Rel available as well, but they are definitely lacking some CC, though we do see the Nautilus locked in for Conduit instead.
Is there a chance they take the Galio support here to stop it going to top for so easy? To stop that combo? Because the only other one they could go, yeah, okay, so they're going to take the Galio support because it's a mixed enchanter ball, okay? It's kind of an enchanter because it has all that extra utility going in on it. And a little bit of shielding as well, but it is... Oh, that's an... I don't like that pick.
I think they need...
overloading the team fight.
It is overloading the team fight, but I think they do need some kind of tank. They need some kind of engage because right now they just don't really have too much of it. But the set gonna be locked in for so easy. And if this Ornn does stack health, this could be a very scary set in those team fights. So Wee's definitely gonna have to position very carefully. Otherwise, could just kind of accidentally end up killing the entire team.
Yeah, I'm heavily favoring Monkeys here, not just because of their picks and their priority they've gotten on all that and the fact that that team comp looks exceptionally good. I hate Mel more than Zoe on release, more than, if you even remember this from back in the day, Evelyn release where she was invisible until she attacked and you could just stack Sunfires and stand in a bush. Yeah, even more than that, even more than release Aurelia. Like, I genuinely think Mel has ruined League of Legends. because that reflectability is so stupid, and you didn't need a TV show as well as being this broken. You just don't. It's not necessary. Jinx was better in the show anyway. But regardless, yeah, I just think monkeys have a much better chance here because they have so many bullies. Like Ornn is a bully, Azir can be a bully, and Lucian is one. I just think this is a much better look from them.
We're going to have to see as we are now on to the Rift, and this is match point still for Monkeys. Conduit need to win 2 to be able to win this series,
Please,
but
please,
might have the 5v5 in the bot lane who's going to walk in first. They are going to be able to scout it out, but the taunt on to 2 members. Alyssa Raven trying to get away, but first blood going over to Grim Defier. That is the best place you can get it on Monkeys.
Yeah, and that is just perfect. That is just beautiful. That's just NA in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we like standing in bushes, we like invading in bushes, and that's a perfect prediction. I mean, this is the first time either of these two teams have sent 5 to the bot lane. It just happens that both of them do it, and Fallen Warrior just in the perfect place to punish that play. I mean, really well done from Monkeys.
Good call, good vision, good ideas, and that will set themselves up very nicely now for this lane. But they did lose Flash on that Lucian, and Ignite was also used by Galio, so there is a summoner advantage in the bot side, at least for now, as Mel does have both of theirs. But let's see what they'll be able to do from here. Good start from Lucian. I'm not a big fan of the first strike. I'm a much bigger fan of going for the press the attack, keeping that damage up, but you know, if you can get the poke off, you can get the money constantly. Who cares, right? Money is money. So we'll see what First Strike's going to be able to do for Grim in this lane. But the rest of the lanes, do you want to talk about them? Because this Veigar Azir, I just feel like Azir wins that. No.
I mean, Azir's definitely going to be able to outrange the Veigar, and honestly, I expected the Veigar to go to the bot lane, and maybe so did Grim Defier. That's why they went First Strike, but I mean, they should have seen it based off of where they were located in the lobby, but doesn't really matter. But anyway, in the mid lane, Azir should definitely do fine into the Veigar, but at the same time, Veigar should be able to farm as well. At the very least enough to make sure those stacks going on for the Phenomenal Evil Power are going to be landing. Just trying to get as much of that AP as possible. Now in the top lane, I think this is going to favor So Easy basically the entire time, especially once the Showstopper is online. It is so good in a true tanks like the Ornn. Strong in the 1v1, strong in the team fights later on. I genuinely think this set was a really strong pick for Conduit, at least in terms of the top lane matchup, but might not do as much for the team. I think that's really the only issue there. But lane sake wise, So Easy should have a good time here.
We should have a good time here, as we will see the pullback here from So Easy. Get a nice chunk of damage from the return punch there as... Oh, that's a -1.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
-2. -3. Oh, wheeze.
Yeah, and already down 5 CS, not including the massive wave that is about to crash onto So Easy, who's definitely going to pick up at least some of them. Even in worst cases, the Reflect is going to be knocking back that Winds of War. But just looking over the CS for now, we are 4 minutes in, so at the very least have a little bit of an idea as the Searing Charge gonna actually miss because of the Volcanic Rupture. But CS lead growing right now in the bot lane. Chrome alone just able to get those last hits. Kind of expected just because of the range advantage you get, as the Hex Flash is going up, but not able to find onto anyone. Fallen Warrior able to find 2 with the Shoot of Duran, and now Justice Punch. Chrome alone super low, but Grim Defier has already used Flash, but Fallen Warrior hasn't. Able to follow up onto that kill, and now Nation looking for Fallen Warrior will be able to dodge out of that flag and drag. As Alyssa Raven going back in, Justice Punch is going to land. Shield of Duran. Grim Defier trying to auto, is exhausted, but not too tired to get the kill. That's going to be 2-0-1 on this Lucian. That's a Feats of Warfare already. And Monkeys, they're looking like they did in the first 2 games.
When your bot lane solo gets you Feats of Warfare, it just feels good. It just feels great. And that is exactly what they wanted going into this one. They just wanted a quick morale boost. And you know what's great for that? Playing Lucian and just absolutely bodying the enemy Mel. But yeah, they managed to completely dismantle them here. And just great communication coming from the bot side as well, as they Immediately communicate. Yeah, we could probably take that Nautilus as well, but here we go. Most of the damage onto Nautilus. Swap it straight over to the Mel once they're in range. Flash forward, ignite used, auto to secure it, make sure it's there, and here's a really good play. Perfect. We can take this 100%. Through the exhaust, through everything, still have that one set up, and there's nothing Nation can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a perfect sequence in the bot lane. Already a 1.2k gold lead, most of that just through the bot lane. However, Conduit are the ones who are going to be able to secure the dragon. They did have a bit of a better back timing, so Nation was able to get onto the map faster. And again, we are starting to see the leads just start growing everywhere. The jungle, especially Glada, now up 3 camps. Granted, the dragon definitely slowed down Nation. It takes a long time to take it, especially that early on. But right now, Glada just going to be stealing away that Raptor camp, just trying to keep Nation down even more. As we're seeing so easy, gonna be coming in with a showstopper, and both sides are starting to get low. Facebreaker has come out, and I'll call the Forge God will get hit with the Haymaker. Glada is in the area if so easy flashes in, but is going to hold it for now. Neither side gonna be able to get the kills yet, and neither side gonna be burning any summoners.
Yeah, nice and calm from them there in the end for no flashes going forward from Glada.
Oh, Justice Punch, Shield of Durand as well, and now they're just going on to Illicit Raven, Piercing Light as well. Grim Defier almost has enough damage to 100-0 Illicit Raven. That's not where you want to be as the Nautilus.
Yeah, and you can also see it in the build already. That is the pickaxe into double longsword. There's just raw damage coming out from that. Lucian, this will be the first time in this series where I say Essence Reaver is a good first item, as I've been seeing it way too much on champions I don't agree with. But on Lucian, it is just fantastic, as you get to just consistently pump out damage as you go. Navori second if you're really feeling it, and your combos are looking clean that day. Sometimes you got to go IE if they're not as clean, but if you're feeling good, you're feeling great, and your combos are coming off perfectly, go into that Navori and just dance around team fights. But that's where we're going to have to really watch things, because those team fights, you do have Jarvans, baby cages coming from Vhagar, and Set diving onto backlines, Nautilus hooks coming through, and Mel just being a Mel. So Lucian, although they're doing well in lane, those late game team fights are going to be hard to maneuver.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the issue there, but I mean, right now, I'm still just looking at the rest of the lanes. Because, yes, right now, Monkeys are winning hard in the bot lane, but mid lane's kind of even right now. Top lane favoring So Easy and Nation, even going to be walking up here. Probably just So Easy calling for the help to shove, make sure that the Risa can come through. And with that, they're going to have first move towards these grubs. And So Easy just, again, consistently trading with Wheeze. And the regen coming out from the set is just going to be so high that Wheeze, even if it's an even trade or even a good trade, will always end up coming out worse for wear. But 4 members from both of these two teams up here, but crucially, Grim Defier not going to be here for the grub fight, and that is where most of the gold lead is. And now it looks like they're just going to be aiming towards Wheeze, and Efron with the Primordial Burst is going to immediately take them down. Now Ember's Device splitting up the fight into 2. So Easy in the backline, just trying to keep them away. Glad I will get finished off. So Easy, just getting so much damage with that showstopper. Now they're still continuing. Flag and Drag over top. Double kill for So Easy. Another kill going over to Nation. And it is a 4-0 Conduit Esports winning out the fight over the grubs.
There was many a call in that fight that didn't make any sense for me. We standing off by themselves and allowing themselves to be collapsed on and not having that ult available. Baby Cage goes up and everyone just goes, oh, this is an easy kill. Fallen Warrior doing their very best to try and get something for them, but nothing. And then Draft Rider gets exhausted here at this key moment. The showstopper takes Soez out of the fight. Glada doing their very best here to get something off, but Soez just massive. It's still a set. You still have to be careful, and this is just too easy set up for them. And yeah, the top lane has changed so drastically now immediately, as they will pick up grubs and they will set themselves up for another objective-based victory.
Yeah, I mean, crucially for me, it's the fact that they wanted to go for that fight without Grim Defier. All of your gold lead is on there. This Lucian is your strong point for the team. And increasing the pace of the rest of the game isn't good if the Lucian isn't part of it. If the Lucian is being left behind, that retroactively kind of puts him further behind. And Chrome Alone's not going to be threatened by the Lucian alone. With that rebuttal,
Collector?
maybe. I have seen it with First Strike builds before, but I'm with you. I think I prefer Essence Reaver. I think it opens up way more. You need that that ability haste. You're not even counting the extra mana, as we see Grim Defier is pretty low on mana as well. So I really hope it isn't, but I'm pretty sure it is.
It's such a Korean build. Like I just don't see it anywhere else. Like I think the only person I see build it in EU, from what I remember, because I was going over this when I was coaching, one of the players was, I think, Malrang was playing it, who's an ex-jungler, so probably plays it like Viego. But it's a couple of Koreans play. I know. I think Jwoo was one of the last ones I saw play it. But other than that, it is all just Essence Reaver. It just feels like even Kraken Slayer I could make an argument for, but I just don't see the collector working in this one. You don't have enough mana as the champion to continue to push that one off, but that will be feats going over now for objectives for the side.
Showstopper in the top side as well. Flash going to be forced out of Weeze. Can so easy just run this down. Will need some cooldowns back up. Got slowed by the volcanic rupture, so not going to be able to continue this chase. But again, this top lane just really starting to get scary. Already has the fully completed item, as we now see Efron chasing onto Giraffe Rider. Not going to be able to get the primordial burst out yet, but 103 on the Veigar as well. That's one thing we haven't really mentioned, but Efron is definitely starting to look pretty strong too.
Yeah, this is... I can't get over this collector. Can't. It's broken me. To my core, I'm shattered. But we'll see how Grim does with it. It's gotten very quiet now after the last couple of fights have kind of broken out, and we're going back towards those objectives, getting your lane prios back, and thinking about the next couple of steps. But right now it is heavy leads coming in for top for the side of Conduit. Their jungler has caught up a little bit, but Gladys still, being a Lilia, is able to get through that jungle a lot faster. And in that mid lane, we saw a lot of pressure come through from Efron onto the Azir, who does have a CS lead, but is still behind in items, as Veigar has been a part of a couple of fights and has 5 stacks on that Dark Seal. And in the spot side, it's been kind of neutralized a little bit. It's like, yes, the completed item is there for Lucian, but Mel keeping up in CS and even taking a slight lead.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is what really gave Grim Defier the lead was when Illicit Raven started the fight. So if Illicit Raven isn't doing the first move, Fallen Warrior not able to get those fights started quite as easily on the Galio. Definitely takes longer. There's more of an obvious animation coming through, and then if Fallen Warrior is the one that goes in, instead of Illicit Raven already using the dredge line, already using that passive, instead they can use that to help peel Chrome Alone, so the fight becomes very difficult for them. So it's not surprising to see that Chrome Alone is starting to take a lead. However, we do see Nation sneaking in to the brush in the bot side. So this could be a potential play coming out through them. And if they're able to make it succeed, this would be very big for Conduit. Would completely secure themselves this lead.
It would indeed. And right now it is Lada coming down towards the bot side. Messes up the bowling ball, as that one just clips the wall and won't quite go for it. As we do see both junglers back off from this one, but Glada might be sticking around, maybe. No, okay.
Yeah, everyone's just going to be resetting here, as, again, so easy in the top side. Was looking for the showstopper, but might not even be needed. Wee's just continuously losing out on each of those trades. But, again, it's Ornn on Ornn duty, and Weeze isn't super behind on CS, and that's really all you ask of your Ornn. Get levels, get some items, and then just buff up the rest of the team. And you're good. You don't need to win lane. You don't need to get a lead. Just kind of negate whatever top laner you're into.
Yeah, it's a tough ask of them, but it is Ornn duty, same as junglers with their Sejuani and ADCs with their Ezreals. Sometimes you just got to play that weak side to the best of your ability, and Weeze at the moment is doing that. Keeping up in CS, there is a couple of kills gone over to the set, but that's because of what was a very strange fight, we'll say. It was such an unnecessary fight.
Yeah, but even a 2-0-2 set, not being able to fully dominate onto this Hornland. Obviously, the trades are going in favor, but actually we're seeing an engage starting to come through. Fallen Warrior taking a decent amount of damage. Dredge line's there as well, but we'll be able to just jump back. And actually, the depth charge going to stun it up again. And Fallen Warrior just gonna go down to Chrome alone.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. That's something we didn't really want to see. Galio does fall, and just before Rift Herald as well. So it looks like Conduit are going to be able to open up the map even more with this now. And Glada, again, just not being as proactive and being so objective focused as we saw previously. And it seems to be a completely different face to Monkeys now.
Yeah, it's gonna be, they're gonna toss out the bowling ball, but not gonna be able to find anything with it, not gonna be able to make any play. And yeah, Glad has definitely been a lot quieter in these last 2 games, especially during the lane phase. Does have a very solid CS lead, but I think Lilia to Jarvan, that's just kind of expected anyway. Lilia clears much faster and doesn't need to make the plays quite as much as Jarvan, but I just thought that with Gladys' style, especially what we saw on that Jin Zhao especially, I would have loved to see a lot more aggression just coming through, just kind of forcing fights to happen and outplaying, but that's not the Glada we've been seeing in Game 3. It's not the Glada we're seeing right now in Game 4.
Yeah, it feels strange as well to see so much of the game not be pivoting around the Lucian after the lead Lucian had built up in the lane. It just felt very strange for them to not play for the Lucian anymore and kind of force more on that bot side. But we do see So Easy right now getting collapsed on by the rest of the team. This Drake fight is a big one.
Yeah, they're taking a decent amount of damage there. Now Call of the Forge God coming to the backline. Hero's entrance is going to land, and it's going to be the shutdown going over for Grim Defier. And now it is 5v4. The culling is still available if Grim Defier wants to just throw that out. But for now, neither side's going to be caught out. A flash burn from Weez trying to get out of that baby cage, but now Nigel coming into the background, able to land 4, and with the Solar Eclipse over top, just able to take down 1 more, and now Grim Defier still trying to DPS back. It's 3 versus 3, but the damage from Chrome alone is way too high. Double kill right now, and now it's a 3v2. The health bars still favoring the side of Monkeys ever so slightly, but now the TP coming out. So Easy is the first to respawn, and they should be able to secure this dragon for themselves. There is no smite, could be stolen, but Chrome alone gonna be able to secure it.
What are these team fights? What is happening in these? Like, I can't wait for the replay because Nation plays this one out of their mind, and just the throw in to come in straight after. So they're pulling the Drake, everything's fine, and Soez gets a little bit caught out here. They try to do their best to trade some damage back, and they do manage to hit up Glada, but the escape from Galio is also crazy. The flash piercing light is wonderful, but it's this point here where the fight just like everyone splits, everyone's thinking about it. A Nation for free goes around the back of this one and lands a 4-man. The flash coming out from the Ornn as well to escape the baby cage. We can talk about that some other time, but this here is absolutely disgusting. And look at the rest of the team. They're not even fully realizing it's happening. It's a 4-man knockup and then the flash from the Mel, and that ult comes through. Everyone gets chunked, and Grim does their very best here, but that baby cage again just controls the zone. It's bringing back Lemon Nation vibes.
Yeah, I mean, I completely changed the fight, and on the second point, and not to be the Debbie Downer there, but the Call of the Forge God, the second hit just did not come through, and I think that would have changed a lot in the fight. It would have given them a lot more space to just freely take down So Easy to start, and then after that, it would have given them a lot more time to play aggressively and kind of build off of that lead, but unfortunately, the second shot just didn't come through. They didn't get the knockup. And overall, it definitely goes towards Conduit. 3 dragons now, by the way. They've gotten every single one. And with Cloud Soul here, it could be very good, especially when you have something like the set that can take full advantage of it. They're seeing a play in the bot lane. But just going to be able to dash away Giraffe Rider. Going to be safe for now.
Yeah, to slide away from that one. No issues coming from that. And yeah, it is a hell of a game for Monkeys to try to win from this point on. They are genuinely in a world of trouble. Like they've put themselves in this position. Like the gold is still pretty even, and most of their gold is onto this Lucian, but the Lucian has been nearly nullified by the fact they can't get through any of the front lines. They won't be able to deal with them with this Lucian because Lucian just doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the mana, doesn't have that cooldown reduction to keep them in these fights.
What they do have for that, at least later on, it is going to be Giraffe Rider's Azir. That Azir can definitely start absolutely shredding through the front line, but needs that 3-item spike. Kind of a pseudo marksman there. Just the mage marksman needs those autos, needs to get those items to have those autos actually have some substance. Now, already level 13, so has at least that going. And we're even seeing a decent amount of damage just from those soldiers right now towards Soi's, and a lot of damage. And they're actually going to use the Lilting Lullaby. Do they have enough damage for the kill? And it's gonna be there. Glada gonna be able to secure that as Giraffe Rider almost going down to the turret, trying to tank it as Nation is going to get interrupted by Fallen Warrior, just making sure that Giraffe Rider can get out safely.
Yeah, so they managed to get... Look, they get so easy. That's great. Wonderful. Why couldn't you have done that bot when Lucian needed more and started moving to Drakes with that and get Drake pressure? It just feels so reactive and knee-jerk coming from Glada right now instead of what we saw before where it was comfort and they were so happy going forward. And we see now that Grim is out of mana. They have to back off away from this one. Are they going towards LDR third item?
We'll have to see. It's just a longsword, so it could definitely go to a lot of different items, but definitely seems that way now that the Last Whisper has been locked in. And I don't hate it. I think it could be okay. There is a pseudo triple frontline, but no true tank on the side of Conduit. And actually not seeing too much armor being built quite yet, but it should still increase the damage dealt from the solution, especially against Nation. But outside of that, it does seem pretty slow right now. We are tied in gold. And this next dragon, I think that's where we're going to see our next big fight. 30 seconds, and this will be the soul of Conduit are able to secure it.
Look, Soul is up. It's Cloud. Cloud is... It's not incredible on Conduit if we really think about it. Like, Veigar might be able to escape a fight, but Jarvan's going in, Set's going in, Mel... You're standing still to use it, and then you might be able to reposition afterwards. The Nautilus, I don't think people ever really count supports when it comes to these, but it's decent for a catch-up if you do drop the depth charge. But it's not an incredible soul to get. So not all is lost. But with that Elder Drake spawning afterwards, and it's going to be so early into the game, things could get very messy very quickly. Glada looking a little bit aggressive here after landing that bowling ball onto 2.
Yeah, but one other thing we do need to mention with this soul, the base 15% move speed on its own is going to help so much with the positioning, with the areas, as now Chrome alone not going to get hit by the Shield of Durab. Another team fight could start coming through, and Glade taking so much damage. We'll just get burst down. Chrome alone, as now he's in the back lane, will be able to get the knock-up this time. Now Alyssa Raven will survive. So easy, dealing so much damage with a haymaker. And now over top, it's everything going towards Conduit. Giraffe Rider trying to DPS, but just not finding the area. But right now, the Kingdom Divided just going out over top. He's still trying to DPS, but the exhaust is there. No fun allowed. It's a 5-0 ace coming out for Conduit.
Every single fight just gets turned on its head so quickly, as we see Fallen Warrior tries to go forward here, gets on the Chrome alone, like taunt misses, only lands onto Illicit Raven, and from this point on they're just backpedaling. They're trying their very best to get away. Glada will not survive that ult. Wheeze with an incredible TP flank sets themselves up beautifully, but Chrome alone not knocked up. They dash forward, and then Set just gets that TikTok haymaker moment with the noise as everything is just destroyed, and Giraffe Rider never getting the chance to really DPS. A beautiful shuffle, but where was that when the fight was starting? Where was it when you needed it most? And now it's just a little bit too late, as it just falls apart, and it leads into a Drake. Nice little pickup for them there. It takes a while because Cloud is one of the toughest ones to take solo, but Jarvan makes it look kind of easy when it's sped up.
And it is going to be that full soul coming through, so they have a lot more move speed, and it's going to make it even harder to make those plays now on the side of Monkeys, especially because not all of their engaged, but specifically coming out from Glada, everything you want to do on this Lilia involves you being faster than them, you being able to chase them down, and still will be, but it's not going to be as big a difference as we actually see the Dredge line landing into the back line. Grim to Fire still trying to fight out. The culling has come through, but now Grim to Fire with the Eclipse gonna get taken down. A Fallen Warrior is the last one left, but will get finished off as well. It's a 2-for-0 for Conduit, and they can start running towards Otacon. They could maybe even start looking towards Baron.
They could look towards Baron. They could look to set themselves up very nicely here for a very quick game. Because what do you do on the side of Monkeys? Like, your win condition solution is
will
okay.
Be flashing out. We'll survive, but
yeah. What do you do in this situation? Like, the morale has to be shot right now to go Silver Scrapes after a 2-0 lead like that. What do you even play in game 5? Jinx, please?
And this game started off so well for them. Everything just went wrong at that Grubs fight. Before that, they had a pretty massive lead. 2k gold lead, almost entirely in your AD carry. That's exactly where you want it to be. And then they fought that 4v4. They didn't have the ultimates they needed. They didn't have their main gold lead, which was the solution. And from then on, so easy just started growing. Efron's been having an amazing game. Chrome alone just, with that Golden Eclipse, just able to kill so many people. 6-1-4 now. Massive shutdowns on everyone on Conduit. So that could be something they could start playing for in Monkeys. Because, I mean, at this point, Efron and Chrome alone, on their own, they are objectives. They are worth a lot of money if they're able to take one, even both. Monkeys would be back in the game, and they do have the scaling with the Azir, so not all hope is lost, but it's definitely going to be hard with the morale.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough from this point. As we see Efron heading up to try and contest this Orin off of waves, they're setting up around this Baron. This fight could be something for Monkeys if they can get a clean fight, but getting a clean fight at this stage is so difficult. The goal lead has been picked up. It's so hard to get on. You do need to maybe break some of these bounties, pick up some of that gold and deliver it to key targets, but Giraffe Rider so far behind. Magi is stacking for Efron. That alone is probably worth more than some of your items, and this is just a straight dry start.
Yeah, but this could be the moment for Monkeys to try and make their way right back into World Seed. Not going to be able to land as Chrome alone just poking them down on their way in. That Radiant Volley just finding so many members. As Lissa Raven is going to try going in, but will get interrupted by the Justice Punch. But in the meanwhile, Glada going to get taken down. Now Heroes entrance, and they're going to be able to interrupt the call of the fourth god as well. So he's taking a lot of damage, but still alive. Grim to Fire fighting against Nation in the backline. Will get finished off. Golden Eclipse not going to get the kills quite yet, but all the HP are so low on Monkeys. They're going to be able to take down Fallen Warrior. They're going to be able to take down everyone. It is a full 5-for-0 ace once again in Conduit. They really want to take us to game 5.
Yeah, they really want to win this. Conduit want to prove why they deserve to be here, why they're the best team in this. This is grand finals, and they are showing up in games 3 and 4 so far. And looking at this fight, it's the split focus as Glada just gets caught off on the side, and you're going to see the rest of Conduit. They're picking their targets one by one. They're working on it. Nation just saying, yep, I've got Grim over here, don't worry about it. And they're going, okay, let's focus one target at a time. Well, Azir's out of the fight. Okay, so everyone, Galio. And it's just target, Efron making sure to keep on the rest of them. Nation saying, I've got the back. They're picking targets off one by one, and no one's dying.
Yeah, just playing it out so cleanly. Very low HP every single time, but they still better than 0. And now, so he's going to take down Giraffe Rider, immediately camping that TP. And now Showstopper over top. This is just going to be another team fight going over to Conduit, as now Wee's going to be flashing over the wall. It's just going to be Giraffe Rider going down, but that was 2 TPs used. That was their play. And instead, it just goes in favor of Conduit, as once again, they're just going to start pulling the Baron.
Yeah, let's go straight back to the Baron. We's doing their best to try to get some idea of what's going on. Going to use the
Forge God is going to be there. Going to get reflected back and will get burst down. Chrome alone with the Golden Eclipse. That's all that's needed. Now Swirl Seed is just going to go wide. And now Nation is unstoppable. Going to get another 2. And it's just starting to go 1 by 1, 2 by 2. Monkeys just giving over kills to Conduit. it definitely seems like the morale and the mental is starting to go in this long series.
Yeah, it's one of those things we don't get really to talk about too much as casters, but fatigue does set in the longer a series goes, and if it starts to swing the other way, it just wears you down more and more. Sometimes it is just tiredness, and you're just not as clean in your combos. You're missing a step here and there, and the calls aren't as crisp as they were before. And it does seem like monkeys are just letting it slip by them at this stage. They can't lock in, and they're just getting eviscerated off of the map right now, as we will see Glada back onto the red, just trying to get through a couple more camps, while the side of Conduit are like, yeah, we'll do that too, but we're also going to go straight towards this Elder.
Yeah, and I mean, if every other fight is anything to show by, and I think it is, this Elder should definitely be going the way of Conduit. However, if they can get that steal, that lucky smite, it might be enough. They have had low HP bars, but instead, Efron going to be unstoppable with a Primordial Burst. Has to flash away, but you will take the flash when it opens up the Elder even more. Now, listen, Raven going to land, and Regline is only on 2 weeks. Now they're coming in, and it will get taken by Chrome alone. The smite's not there, and with the Elder especially, Golden Eclipse over top, not going to be able to get the kill, but Efron's going to get a kill. So Easy's going to get one. Fallen Warrior's going to fall next. Who's going to get that one? That will go to Nation. And I think they can just go mid and end the game. Conduit, they're looking to take us to a game 5, and they're looking for this reverse sweep. This is the Divinity League, and this is what we love to see.
Yeah, there's nothing like going to sleep at a normal time in Ireland. Nope, not at all, as we're going to go to a game 5 here, as we will see a great shuffle in, as they will get one kill on, but Set is just going to Haymaker that straight backwards. Lucian flashes directly into the face of Veigar as they are dancing on the fountain.
The is coming through. They will end the game, and it's 2-2. It is now a best of 1. The only difference, there's still going to be 40 champs banned away next game, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the draft, but I mean, right now, you were up 2-0, now it's 2-2. Before we head to a break, is there anything you would want to say coming out to Monkeys after starting to fall this way?
What would I say as a coach?
Yeah, exactly. Like, as if you're their coach right now, what do you do to try and help them bounce back?
I think I'd be strangling Grim. I'm not gonna lie, just straight, like, the last two builds have just been awful. That collector that's tilted me. But more than anything else, Glada, you need to get back on the map. You need to get that confidence back. It just seems like Nation got in your head after a couple of invades and it's all just slipped away from you. So I just want to see Glada back at doing what Glada does best, and that's being in their face, getting all the objectives, not letting the enemy jungler breed, because you're giving Nation so much time and they're coming out with a 26.0 KDA. That can't be happening. That cannot be happening. But that's just from me. Okay, that's just my opinion. We'll be back with the Game 5 draft in just a couple of moments. Don't go anywhere.
And we are back. Let us finish this off because we are going to a game number 5 between Conduit Esports and Monkeys, and we're going to be going straight into the draft here. And this is effectively just a best of 1 now. Whoever wins this wins it all. Only difference is there's 40 champions banned away, and with the 40 champions gone, I'm really curious to see what the draft is going to start looking like.
Yeah, at this point, you just have to like look at the basics going through. Like the fact that Jinx still hasn't been picked is a little bit crazy. Wukong still being banned away, Gragas being banned away. They're all expected. But look at that full bar down the bottom, Toki. There's just not a lot left when it comes to these pools. It has to be something interesting has to come out.
I mean, yeah, without a doubt. But the Jinx, not going to be one of them. Going to get banned away by Monkeys here. And I'm actually trying to think, okay, so how many champions does Riot release per year, right? It's something like 6 or 7. So this is going to be kind of a draft from 8 years ago, like in a weird way, you know, because that's going to be 40 less champions left in the pool. Obviously, some of the newer ones have already been picked or banned, but we're going to have to see exactly what's going to be coming through here because Varus is going to get banned as well. So I'm really curious, especially in this bottom lane. And Victor also somehow getting all the way through game 5. Definitely a very solid blind pick.
Ari's still available. Like, that should be a priority mid. Okay, Ryze as well.
Okay. Yeah, Ryze can be pretty good as well. It can be kind of a playmaker, start playing off to the side lanes. And maybe we'll see Giraffe Rider and Efron. I'm guessing with this matchup, they're not going to be fighting each other too much either, but Nocturne locked into the jungle now. Not going to be able to see the Ori combo with it as it has been played already this series, but should still be very strong. That paranoia is such a strong tool in teamfights regardless of the comp.
Yeah, going back to rat tactics and going Kog'Maw Lulu here, or you could go Karma as well. There is still some enchanters available. Lulu would be the premier pick with Kog'Maw, so that's not too surprising to see that one come out. It's still sitting in the back of my mind that just the ADC pool is just absolutely cooked right now. Yunara being banned away as well. They're going to take a Blitzcrank here. They could very easily just pinch more away from that pool, right, of ADCs. Like, just ban whatever's left and watch them panic.
For sure, but same can be said with the jungle. Jungle priorities. I mean, there's a very strong pool of A tier and S tier junglers, but a lot of them have already come and gone. And so with the Nocturne getting locked in, if they ban 2 more, there's just not going to be a lot left. And the Sejuani actually has completely gone through draft in the first 4 of these games and only getting banned away in the second phase of the 5th. As we see the Kai'Sa and Tristana getting pinched away as well. And I'm even struggling to think about what's left. I mean, there's Kalista, there's Draven, there is Twitch, and I'm wondering if that could be an angle for them. It's going to be the Corki. I completely forgot about Corki. I mean, that's a solid pick, I think.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just usually you have to like pair that with something that can kind of like really go in, and Blitzcrank. Yeah, you can pull something, but it's still, you kind of want more damage on top of the Corki just to kind of get it through those earlier stages. So it just feels a little bit off. Not incredible, but yeah, there's the Poppy, something that we were talking about before, how incredible of a pick it is. And Malphite is probably the only top laner left that I can see going through for Wheeze here, as it was banned previously, and it's not terrible into this. Yeah, okay.
And it's going to get locked in there. One of the few kind of dash engages that also ignores the Poppy, so the Unstoppable Force going to be a very nice tool for them to have, and they have a really good dive comp. I mean, just going in on the side of Monkeys, it's gonna be strong. They have the Paranoia coming out, they have the Unstoppable Force. Realm Orb kind of can help maybe if they want to come in from a very long distance for a Giraffe Rider, and maybe Fallen Warrior and Grim can hop into that pool as well. But so much scaling on the side of Conduit. I mean, I don't know about you, but I feel like this is one of our more even drafts for today.
Yeah, it feels a little bit more even. It's still... It's a tough one to call because like Poppy's usefulness is kind of mitigated a lot here. It's still a great champ for setting up for Drakes and knocking people away from objectives, but the only real dash you have to worry about is Corki. And if you're getting onto a Corki, no matter what jungler you are, it's going to die. It's still that pick that just falls apart. So yeah, it does feel a little bit negligible to be picking Poppy at this stage. But Malphite, Nocturne, and Rise alone are three very, very decent picks that can get a lot done. But there is the Aatrox, and So Easy has decided to start playing League of Legends in the last, I'm going to say, 2 games. Game 1 and 2 were a blip for them, and this pick is going to be the difference maker. I think Aatrox is going to have a field day here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they need Aatrox to have a good game here. Same with the Poppy, at least early on. Just because, again, you have the Kog'Maw, you have the Victor. They're not going to be dealing damage early on. They're just not going to. That's not what their champion identities are. But later on, if you can hold off, grow a big enough lead in the top lane for So Easy, Chromalone and Efron are going to scale in and just absolutely outscale everything else in the game. I think those are the 2 biggest scalers. And having them both on the same team is a very scary prospect if they're able to either get a lead or just able to push the game till late. But I mean, we're just going to have to see how it's going to go for them. But where do you think the jungler should start, and kind of where would you like to see this pressure start coming through for them?
I think genuinely the way the games have been going, it's all coming down to junglers. Like Glada hasn't had that impact in the last 2 games, hasn't been proactive, hasn't been on the map, hasn't been aggressive in those early stages, and it's been hitting them so hard that it's making them fall apart a little bit. I think that's where we really need to see the pressure build up. I think Glada needs to have a good game for us to even see any hope of them making it to the mid game without massive issues, as it looks like we had a slight pause at the start. Why we have a freeze frame on that lovely Poppy and Victor. Very mechanical duo there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that cape that says 0-5 is not going to be a predictor of things to come for Efron. But either way, we're going to see a slight similarity starting this time around. All 5 members from Monkeys going to the bot lane. And without a Galio this time and without the 5-stack, maybe they can actually get something to happen. But Alyssa Raven going to throw the ward and will be forced to flash away from the rocket grab.
Yeah, that will be a flash down in a lane where you don't really want to be losing flashes early, because I think we've all been on the receiving end of a, oh my god, that's a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We know in our minds that there's a Blitzcrank in the game, but until we see that hook coming through, then we're like, oh yeah, Blitzcrank is in this game. We're finally aware that it's truly there, but missing that flash early on, this could be an angle for Glada to maybe make a play in the bot lane, but it is pretty hard to gank pre-level 6 on that Nocturne. But with the flash missing, with Fallen Warrior maybe there to help set it up, it could be an angle for them.
Could be an angle for something. They might be able to pick something up off of this one. It could be a very interesting take for them. But right now we're going to go back towards that mid lane, have a quick look and see what's going on here. As Victor and Rise, as they've done through game 1 to game 5, they're both just going to farm.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if this is where they decide now is when they're just going to be fully brawling it out, fully trying to get kills. But we do see that from some teams in game 5. That's when they lose all their inhibitions. That's when they just go. And I think part of that might just be when teams start getting more tired They stop caring as much. They're too tired to be nervous. They're too tired to kind of care too much about making mistakes. They don't worry too much about it. And sometimes that's where the best plays start coming through. But we'll have to see if any of these players do have that kind of reaction to this game 5.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they want to play this one out, as right now everything is still calm, easy, focused, and just pushing in the lanes that you know you have pressure in is so easy. Is currently getting the better of the Malphite, which is fully expected, as we see a couple of hooks flying in the bot side. Deep wards coming in from the Rise, as both junglers have passed over that middle lane into their second quadrant. They could meet down here on this bottom Scuttle Crab, but we'll have to see whether junglers want to fight for that, as right now it is just all lanes trying to get their pressure going, as it is mostly working in the favor of Aatrox, as they are building up a quite sizable lead here.
Yeah, decent lead for Grim to fire in the bot lane as well, though. Just really being able to push back Chrome alone. I think even just having the Blitzcrank in the area without throwing the Rocket Grab on its own really helps zone away. The threat of the hook is almost as valuable as the hook itself. We hear that every now and then on some of the more professional casts once we head over in tier 1, but it's true at every level. Just being able to hold that, as Wheeze takes so much damage from those Darkened Blade criticals, and could be in a really dangerous spot. At the very least, has those potions going through, but so easy. Could look for a play up there.
Yeah, could look for... It'd be a hard one, but it's a play nonetheless, as we do see the Skull Crab does go over to Glada in the bot side. We did see the early recall come through on the other side from Nation. Okay.
The Wheeze just going to be going down the Infernal Chains into 3 sweet spots from the Darkened Blade. That's all that's going to be needed. And like you said, So Easy is the one that's really started to play League of Legends in the game 3, and we're seeing it again in game 5.
Yeah, that just kind of blew open unnecessarily in the top side. Especially when you still have Flash available, you can't be dying like that. You can't be giving over leads like that to someone that 1v9 the previous game and just took your entire team's soul out from underneath you. And maybe morale is just getting the better of Wheeze right now, as they just don't feel like they're in this game.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, almost doubling the CS in the top lane. But even so, here in the bot lane, Grim Defire is holding a very similar lead. Only difference is there is no kill going over to Grim Defire yet. But the CS leads are starting to grow on these opposite sides of the map. And the big difference, though, is the Malphite will always be useful. Even without gold, Unstoppable Force is always going to be able to get that stun, always going to be able to get that engage. The only difference is how much more can Malphite follow up after, and how much time can Malphite use to get into the position for it. As you're seeing, so he's just continue to push stuff back.
Continues to push back, continues to take souls here, as the game is getting... It's constantly blowing up in my mind that this game is going to be an absolute slugfest until suddenly it's just going to be out of control. It's just going to start... It's going to open up in ways we don't want to see. It's going to take more than we want to see this game blow open, but once it happens, it's going to be a nice quick finish, I think. It's going to be one big fight like we saw previously with Rift Herald. It's going to be...
Fallen Warrior could be looking for the play, but Chrome alone sidesteps it. We'll still get knocked up, and we'll still take a decent amount of damage there. But very good to dodge away on the rocket grab. That would definitely have been killed. But now Nation gonna be here, gonna charge into the wall, and that's gonna be a kill on a Fallen Warrior. But now Draft Rider's in the area with the Realm Orb, but no play is here to be had. And with Glada pushing in the lane, Grim Defire gonna be able to at least clean up these minions. Not gonna get zoned off, but it's just one kill going over to Nation.
It's just a one kill going over, but it's still a worrying state overall. It's still... When you're not able to kill the Cogmon in a situation like that and not even burn a flash, does that not ring alarm bells for you that something's seriously wrong?
It definitely should. But again, if the rocket grab hits, I think it looks so different, because they still had the ignite as well on Fallen Warrior. They're going to have other tools coming through. Paranoia is now available for Glada. But I'm also wondering if part of this is kind of like what we're even feeling a little bit here in the caster booth here. Just a little bit of that late game, late night fatigue starting to come in. Now, neither of these two teams are real strangers to it. Both of their semifinals were 3-2s. They're constantly been going to Silver Scrapes. In their last 2 weeks, they've both played 10 games. So it's really going to depend who has the endurance, who has the stamina to just kind of still play their best, even through these difficult times, just through these very long sessions, because they probably warmed up as well. So it's a 5th game for us, but I'm sure these teams have played, for the teams, this is their 6th, maybe even 7th.
Yeah, so I think we do have to go back to kind of the beginning of this and our ideas going into it as well, because we did have like this big seeding conversation about 11th versus 2nd. And you were talking about how strong the group was and all these other things. It feels like this game is really even. Both games for the winning teams have been smashes. Like, Monkeys made it look like a very easy 3-0. And then game 3 and 4, Conduit just took over in better team fighting situations, played those team fights just a little bit better, and completely opened it up, as we do see Nation is fighting Glada.
Nation and Glada, but we'll get the fear tethered off anyway. Now Giraffe Rider is in the area as well, but Arcane Storm over top of Glada just gonna go down. The Paranoia has come out, but it's a little bit too late. So easy gonna be able to take down Wheeze as well. And it's just a 2-0 coming out from Conduit as they're really starting to build on their lead.
And it's happened again. It's happened again where these grubs have just dragged Monkeys in, that we have to fight these. The Poppy ult to send away the Rise as well. So Glada comes in, does have Wheeze versus Nation, just attempting to buy as much time as possible. Charges up the hammer, sends the Rise away from this fight, and from there on, Wheeze even ults to try and escape. No chance whatsoever, and from there, it's just an easy pickup for them, and it's just unfortunate. It's these grubs have been the death of Monkeys.
And that is going to be all 3 grubs going the way of Conduit here too. Now, no rocket grab is going to be found in the bot lane for Fallen. But again, they still have a CS lead in the bot lane, but because of everything else going on in the top lane, 4-0 in the top half of the map, this lead, it is big for the Corki, but I don't think it's enough. They need to get something to happen here. They need to at least blow some summoners and maybe be able to secure this dragon if they want to be able to come back into this game.
Yeah, this dragon is a big one. It has to be taken by someone from Monkeys here. They need to get vision, they need to get pressure, they need to make sure that they're fighting for this correctly. And it seems that the setup is there, as we do see Glada still taking away Scuttle Crabs, wanting to set up for this Drake, but I think that fear is now set into them that these objectives are harder to take, but it is actually being given up this time by Conduit.
Yeah, I think Chrome Alone and Alyssa Raven, they just didn't have the health bars, didn't have the mana bars to stay in lane. They're just going to use this Dragon Timer as a way to reset without losing too much as Wheeze. This time, gonna flash out, and so easy. Has the freeze in the top lane as well. So we're seeing a huge top lane gap starting to open up for So Easy.
Yeah, and this is what All Pro does to you. You have to show that image real quick just to make sure that So Easy remembered who they were, and now they've decided I am him. And yeah, a 2-0 Sunder Sky completed into just a Bramble Vest coming through for Wheeze, and it is just complete domination in that top side.
Now Fallen Warrior is going to be able to land the knock-up. Now Paranoia coming out over the top. Can they get something going? The flash has already been burned by Efron. Do they have the damage? But the knock-up coming out from the Keeper's Verdict is going to keep Efron alive. And again, the play almost works, but almost doesn't count. It doesn't give you anything. So Conduit not going to lose anything, but they are going to lose the Paranoia timing.
They lose a Paranoia timing. A flash as well being used by Glada in an attempt to finish that one off. But the survival from Efron and the savior in Nation will send that lane into oblivion, as that is going to be another morale breaker, as that looked perfect. That looked almost clinical and still stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, just the damage a little bit too low. Nocturne isn't super weak, but Rise needs at least a couple items before the damage really starts coming through. It is a bit of a scaling champion. As we are now seeing just so easy to continue to shove out Wheeze in the lane. 45 CS difference at 12 minutes. That is an absolutely insane gap. And I mean, Grim Defire's doing great in the bot lane too. 32 CS, but it's still less than what's happening on the top side. And that's really scary to say. As now Wheeze actually going to be forced to run away again. Could go down just to the next combo. Just so easy. Making it look so easy in the top lane, you know?
Yeah, he's absolutely just smurfing in that top side in the last 2 games, and once again starting this one off incredibly well, as recency bias will do nothing for you if they still have to finish this game out, but a 4-kill lead, they've got the grubs, they'll slowly work towards this tower as Kog'Maw still scaling in the spot side. I know that currently Grim is building up a massive CS lead, and the fear of that Blitzcrank hook is chipping away at them as they're trying their very best just to farm using the artillery from Kog'Maw. But it is still just insurmountable gold leads now appearing for this Corki, who is going to scale very well, but Kog'Maw still has that Lulu, still has that Aatrox as well. So I think you have to force a play down here to get a kill onto Corki and get Kog'Maw out even further, or just watch that Kog'Maw continue to pick up whatever scraps they can, and they will make their way back in.
But that's the thing. That's what we talked about in the draft. Because So Easy so far ahead, there's not that much pressure for Chrome alone to catch up immediately. They can just play through the Aatrox, and then eventually Chrome alone will become the powerhouse, no matter what, just because that's what Lulu Kog'Maw does. And on that same note, Efron is doing really well, up 20 CS in the mid lane, 101. That's also that late game insurance that is ahead right now for Conduit. So I think Chrome alone is definitely pressured in lane, but I don't think they're feeling the pressure in the game.
No, they're not feeling the pressure at all right now, as they do actually start to shift these lanes around just a little bit. Both teams will be matching for this as well. You see the Corki and Blitzcrank slowly heading down towards that mid lane, as Nation doing their very best at clearing out some wards, making sure that their mid laner is safe, as wards everywhere.
Yeah, just getting all of the vision, all of the wards everywhere that they can. They will get cleared out by the pink ward, probably one of the most valuable pink wards Fallen Warrior has ever bought in their life. And now they could even take the pressure in the mid lane and clear that pink ward that's in that side brush. So the mid lane control is going to be there for Monkeys. And again, if they're still playing around Grim Defier, they definitely have room to play. But the first item is still going to be completed for Chrome alone. The Ginsu's is already ready. So this Kog'Maw is definitely behind, but he's not going to be weak in these fights.
No, by no means, no. The Kog'Maw still gets that extra steroid as well, just from the Lulu, dropping shields and attack speed and everything else onto them. So they will do a decent amount of damage, and they will be able to set themselves up nicely. Rift Herald looks like it's being started as well here by the side of Monkeys, and this should be realized, but I think they're giving.
Yeah, I think it's fine for them to give too, because as long as they don't throw a fight, they should have this game in the bag. But at the same time, they could be strong enough to just fight it. And So Easy is going to be walking up. Keeper's Verdict, not going to be able to steal away this objective, but Grim Defier needs to walk up. The eye is going to get taken. Fallen Warrior going to be flashing for it. Now Double Force in the backline, but there's no damage to follow. And now in the backline, Efron with the Arcane Storm. Glada going to be going down, as now Nation continuing the chase, looking for Grim Defier. One more auto is needed, and that's going to be a 3-0 in favor of Conduit. They do lose the Herald, but they win everything else on the map, and they can even go down and take the Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon should be a free pickup for them here. They managed to get 3 kills for themselves, setting themselves up for a nice little kill lead. Now 7-0, not a single kill available to the side of Monkeys. And as we see this fight start, yeah, the Keeper's Verdict slightly mistimed, and Blitzcrank forcing the flash to make sure they pick that one up, as Grim also walked forward. If Grim never walked forward to try and pick that up, he might have lived. But instead, we see the flashes over the wall, as all of them do manage to collapse onto them. And Nation just having the time of their life. Around this red buff seems to be their comfort zone. Enemy red is where Nation wants to be permanently.
He has been doing that every single one of those games that they're able to win, just continuously invading onto that red buff. And now the lead grows. It's a 5k gold lead right now for Conduits at 17 minutes. That's an insane gold lead to have this early on. They're 7-0. First turret still hasn't been taken. And so there is a chance for them to not be able to get the feats. Monkeys could still look for that if they're able to get another objective. But, well, they need to get the turret and the objective. But at the very least, there is an opportunity. If they get one play going in their favor, they could open up a little bit more late game scaling for themselves.
A little bit more late game scaling. Yeah, there's always an option. Why would you need more late game scaling with Victor and Kog'Maw versus Ryze and Corki? There's so much scaling in this game. Question is, how tanky can Malphite get into this?
Fallen Warrior looking for a play. Paranoid will almost predicts the flash, but instead they're going to be looking towards Alyssa Raven, and they're finally going to get the first kill of the game for Monkeys. It is on in that support, but you'll definitely still take that.
You will take that every single time, as it is just every single time.
Yeah,
It's
but now
beautiful.
Nation
Oh,
could be looking for a play here. Grim Fire dealing a decent amount of damage to that Gatling gun alongside that missile barrage, just dealing so much damage to everyone. And we're starting to see this Corki really start opening up as a threat. Obviously needs those 2 items to really be fully online, but Grim Fire is pretty close to them.
yeah. Okay, right. We have to break this one down. They have 1 kill now. Okay, so does that mean Monkeys are on the comeback? Big question, okay? So, Nocturne now has 1 kill. Can Nocturne 1v9 this game with Conqueror and Stridebreaker?
I would guess no, but could try and grow someone else through those plays. At the very least, it will buy them a little bit of time. And they do have very decent poke on their side just because of that Corki. The missile barrage is always going to be able to deal some damage. And there's not too much sustain outside of So Easy.
Maybe, as we do see both junglers going back to just the farming game, picking up what camps they can. They want to make sure that they're constantly taking those camps off of cooldown so they can constantly keep their money up. As we do see
but Realm Warp coming through into the bot lane. Efron forced to flash over the wall. As Giraffe Rider almost able to make that play, but Realm Warp for flash, that's a good trade. So Monkeys continue to play proactively, and that's what I like to see. It definitely looks like they have a lot more heart in this game than they did in the last 2.
Yeah, they have a little bit more fight in them. They're kicking back. I do like the idea of the Realm Warp, but they didn't die. You want them to die. That's the main thing. So Easy is scared of this fight.
I mean, there is a point where the Malphite just gets so tanky that even the Aatrox with the lead is gonna start struggling. And the completed Thorn Mail, the plated Steel Caps, this Malphite is starting to get scary, especially with the full shield giving even more armor. As long as the shield is up, I think Malphite's pretty happy to trade. And with the Doran's Ring just poking out with that Seismic Shard, could eventually start just winning out on these trades.
Yeah, it's just a little bit confused. I was like fully expecting Aatrox to just try and turn that one, but the Tornmail rush and that Grievous coming through would be scary. I am interested now to see, because this Drake is coming up in the next 45, and we should be seeing everyone kind of resetting here, but Fallen Warrior is not. Oh.
Yeah, just trying to be a pest, keep Chrome alone in lane as long as possible, and this will hurt their timing a little bit on the side of Conduit. I think Fallen Warrior has pretty good conditions, full health, full mana, 3 wards as well. That's typically the main reason why you would want to reset near objective timer on a support, just to get more vision, get more wards. But Fallen Warrior's in a good spot and will get the first move for Monkeys.
Yeah, we'll get first move, get that deep vision down. Conduit, this has kind of been their bread and butter in the last 2 games, is fighting around these objectives. So I would like to see how they want to play this one. Najin looking for
teleport is coming through. This could be a dangerous spot. Giraffe Rider is here as well. Keeper's Verdict not gonna be channeled quite yet, but Najin could definitely start looking for a play. They are pushing them off into their jungle instead of deeper into the river, but they do have mid priority on the side of Conduit. But Fallen Warrior starting to play forward, not going to throw out the hook quite yet. It needs to be on a good target. It needs to be on to Efron, Alyssa Raven, or Chrome Alone, and they're able to find So Easy instead. But now over top, They have the Paranoia into the backline. They're looking for this AD carry. Chrome alone starting a dove, but Glad is the one that's taking all the damage. We're going to take it down. Wheeze dies in the front line as well, and it's a 2-0 so far for Conduit. Can they get more? Draft Rider still dealing a decent amount of damage. Just so easy, just trying to heal back up on this Raptor camp, but the fight is still being chased on right now, and Nation will be super low. Fallen Warrior needs to try and get away, but Nation will stun him up into the wall. And just like that, it's going to be another 3-0 for Conduit, and that's going to be another dragon going their way. And I believe this is going to be the completed feats as well.
Completed feats, yeah, it's just, this fight starts off really well. Falling Warrior does get it onto So Easy and pulls So Easy in, but they just don't have the burst yet. They don't have the damage to deal. And once it starts, you can see So Easy just kind of like starts looking around going, okay, I'll just split Giraffe away from this fight. The rest of the team, okay, they're in a lot of trouble. I'll come back. Doesn't even hit anything there. Manages to land something onto Wheeze, which does give a kill over to Chrome alone. But the fact that So Easy escapes from that situation after being hooked in is crazy now. As the fight continues, Najin just keeps going forward, does not care. I want to fight this. And Falling Warrior just being the scapegoat in the end that gets picked up. And it's very messy and slow, and they're not really picking their targets, but the fact that they can't kill the Aatrox there after a hook in is a really bad sign for the future.
That's going to be very difficult for them, but they do get the first turret in the mid lane, so at least something going the way of Monkeys. In fact, they're able to get 2 turrets, one in the mid lane, one in the bot lane, but they are still down 3.5k gold. It did close a little bit, but the second dragon was given over to Conduit because of that last fight. But bit by bit, it does look like the game is stabilizing a bit. They're definitely not able to get any kind of aggressive priority on the side of Monkeys, but they're not starting to lose harder. In fact, with those 2 turrets, they're actually up 2-0 in structures overall. So it's really going to be on to Conduit to try and break open some of these structures.
Yeah, trying their very best here to get something. Get some structures, get some static gold in. Try to open up the map a little bit more, get some deep vision, connect your side lanes. But Victor is in this bot side against the Rise. The first time I've really seen the mid lane really come alive for the side of Conduit. We've seen a lot of very slow play. Since the Talia game, it's been very reactive mid laners, not proactive. But it is nice to see Efron picking it up now with the Victor. 3-0 and 3, 2 items completed. While on the other side, Rise with 2 scaled items fully completed. So Rise still a force to be dealt with later, as
Wheeze could be in a dangerous spot. Does have the unstoppable force, but not even going to use it yet. Just trying to back away. Will use it in the end as Draft Rider getting run down by Efron. No flash is going to be burned, but could still be a play, as now we see Glada and Grim to Fire. They're coming up into the top side. It looks like they're going to be targeting Honor So Easy. World Ender has been popped. The fear is there. They just need a little bit more damage, but the Keeper's verdict will not be enough. They're going to be able to get the kill, and now they're even the hook lining onto Nation. Can they get more? They have the tether, and it's 2 shutdowns going over to Grim to Fire. They're going to be able to get those and the tier 1 to the top side, and they could go to Otacon, and Monkeys just blew the game wide open.
yeah, finally getting something back for themselves, coming alive in that moment, and this will blow open the game for them, as Monkeys really needed something to get some boost into the comms, get some morale going. So we're going to see a replay of this one, and So Easy just gets absolutely obliterated in the reverse of this, as Wheeze has to use the ult to escape. And as we come back to this is just really, really good target focus and just time bought overall. Even with the ult separating some of the fight, they managed to pick it off. The hook comes through then, and Najin with a nice little play to try and get Glada back into the tower, but there's no one to follow up, and that tower's not ramped.
Yeah, and with that, they're gonna be right back in, and probably even gonna be having a lead. They will be able to secure this Otacon, no problem. Everyone is basically off the map right now, and depends how much flowers there have been left out on the map, but that can be worth a couple thousand gold, and that's not even counting the extra little buff you get upon that kill. So overall, Monkeys, they're back into this game, and all the gold went onto Grim to Fire. Goes back, has that BF sword, has that pickaxe. Those are 2 massive items, very close to the Infinity Edge. And with Grim to Fire recalling right now at full HP and mana, I'm wondering if it might even be done.
It could be. We have to also remember the Alaka and the XP bonuses coming through, Toki. It's just, you can see nearly in every single lane there is slight leads coming up. There's 2 levels for the ADCs coming through now. There was a level lead as well coming through from the Rise, as well as the Roa as well on top of that. So they've been scaling pretty well for how well Efron's been doing. There was a level lead just a couple of seconds ago for Glada, and Weeze actually caught back up to Soaz, who had, or So Easy, who had 2 level leads. So
Oh,
that's
but
going to
an
be a
Asian
massive
is going to be
shift.
walking in, channeling the Keeper's verdict. We'll be able to knock 2 away, but we'll still actually surviving through it all. And now Grim Fire could be in a very dangerous spot, but the Valkyrie is going to be used to get back to safety. Assault Force still available, and Chrome alone forced to flash because of the paranoia. But now Fallen Warrior looking for the rocket grab, not going to be able to find it. The dragon is spawning in 6 seconds. Lot of cooldowns burned, but no one goes down. The HP bars and the positioning definitely favoring Monkeys right now. And they still have Unstoppable Force. It's just going to be Unstoppable Force and the World Ender out of those big teamfight ultimates that are going to be available. But if Fallen Warrior is able to land another hook, it might not even matter now. They have 2 pink wards in. I don't know if they'll be able to clear it in time. 4k HP left. Nation going to be going in, and the smite is going to go towards Monkeys. But what about the fight? Ed Asian going to be the first to go down. No, So Easy with the World Ender still fighting in the backline. Going to be feared out by the tether. But now in the meanwhile, Wee's just trying to buy a little bit of space. Will get taken down. The Grim Defier getting chased down by Efron. Efron flashes forward, and with the laser, gonna have more than enough damage. Chrome alone with the final shot. So Easy chasing onto Giraffe Rider, and you may have brought the game back, but we're gonna take the lead again. It's a 5-for-1 ace, and the Baron is all for the taking.
What are these team fights and why do they keep happening this way? What is going on? An Asian dives in an attempt to try and steal the Drake. Doesn't work out. Team falls apart, and the team fight just completely goes the way of Conduit for some reason. Monkeys get everything they need. They clear out the Poppy, and then Conduit somehow turn the fight. They split it up. They focus down the correct members, and from that point on, it's just easy pickings for them. They may have lost the Drake, but they're picking up a Baron for it, and at this point, you can't be giving over gold like that and XP and team fights and aces. And how many times have you said Conduit would get the ace?
Yeah, too many times to count. They've just been doing so in these team fights, but walk us through exactly how this went down.
Nation flies in here and doesn't get the smite off and just gets blown up in this fight. Fallen Warrior manages to get a decent silence off as well. And then from this point on, So Easy is just able to pick a target. It's on Glada and it's walking towards Giraffe Rider. Giraffe Rider once again has to step away from the fight. And Chrome alone free firing onto tanks. No pressure. And Grim, you can't flash from something that has flash. And everything just falls apart when you let the Kog'Maw free fire. And if you don't have Rise pumping damage into multiple members, that's not a Rise. That is a minion.
Yeah, definitely a very sad fight coming through for Monkeys, but Conduit, they're gonna be able to dash any of the hope the Monkeys did manage to build themselves with that fight over the Otacon. But now the gold lead is right back to where it was. 6k gold in favor of Conduit. They have the Baron buff, and it looks like they're going to be pushing in 2 out of these 3 lanes. Going to be doing the 1-4 setup with So Easy. Just split pushing over in the top lane.
Decent bit of damage coming through here. Is So Easy is having a great time, but this is where Monkeys need to find a key hook, a key play, a key pick, because these Baron minions are going to take these towers. They're going to take all the static gold, and So Easy still pumping away damage on Wheeze here, who's having a hell of a time these last couple of games in this 1v1 in the top side, as they are double cannon minions baroned up, pushing onto this tower. Finally going to clear them out, but a lot of damage has already been done.
Yeah, but I think at this point, Monkeys, they could even consider just trying to fight behind the minions here. They do have the Paranoia, they have the Realm Warp. In theory, they could try and jump on a Chrome alone. The Flash is not there, but with the Lulu protection, with a Gravity Field coming in from Efron, it's such a difficult angle to find, even with the Paranoia. Rocket Grab's kind of their only other option as well, but actually almost able to get onto Efron. But I was going to say it's so difficult to find an angle right now just because Nation is just so in the way consistently for the side of Conduit.
Yeah, they do manage to break that first tower in the base as they're now working away onto this inhib, and it is just dying to the artillery fire coming from that Kog'Maw as they move towards that top side or onto that second tower. And with the Baron, they're just picking away at it here. As they are a little bit scared now of a hook over that wall coming from Fallen Warrior. They will step away from this one and say, we've got an inhib. We've got enough from this. Let's reset. Let's set ourselves up nicely for the next phase of this game, as they still have bot and top to clear out here, and all TPs available. Most flashes are coming up as well off of cooldown, and this Drake is now spawning, so 45 seconds till the next big fight.
Yeah, and they should be feeling pretty good for it. They have gotten a lot of structures down. They got the Baron. It's a lot of gold in their pockets that they have been able to spend, most importantly. Sometimes you see teams just try and overextend the play a little bit too long, never really getting the chance to actually spend the gold that they earned, but not the case for Conduit. In fact, they're not even going to go towards the dragon. They're just going to start pushing straight down mid. They want Monkeys to go back and respond to them, and this is starting to become an interesting play. We have completely swapped sides, but there's a large wave pushing in with Conduit, and now they need to rearrange themselves. They could just keep going on to the Nexus Towers, but at the same time, they could be in an area where they're going to get pincered, and now Grim Defier starting to take a decent amount of damage, and now the team fight is starting. Keeper's Verdict has already pushed Wheeze all the way back in. Now Paranoia in the middle of everyone. They're looking for Alyssa Raven, and Alyssa Raven will survive just barely. Everyone else is starting to go down. And Chrome alone just going to be fighting with Giraffe Rider in the backline as Giraffe Rider trying to get away. Will be able to get the kill. It's a 3-0 so far. And Grim Defier and Wheeze, you're still on the wrong side. The health is not there. And actually everyone looking for Grim Defier will force out the Flash and the Valkyrie. And while they are zoning, the rest of the squad is ending. And it's going to be a 5-0 ace. And Conduit Esports, they're your Titan Esports Divinity League Grand Champions.
Couldn't they just done this in the first 3 games? No? Instead of making me stay up till 6 o'clock in the morning to watch a grand finals in a reverse sweep in the most glorious fashion we've ever seen. Oh my god, Conduit is so back. Conduit is so back.
I mean, that is the perfect reverse sweep.
It is absolutely beautiful. Absolute wonderful stuff. Like, well, I don't know. That is crazy, crazy work. Monkeys did so well. Game 1 and 2 to just get absolutely obliterated. Do you know what that is? That's the solo queue effect of, like, just play one more and then you lose straight 3 in a row and you've done nothing to deserve it. That's what that is.
Yeah. That's exactly what that is. I mean, I think we've all struggled through that. We've all done that before in our own solo queue grinds, but I mean, what an amazing series, and what a way to end the Divinity League for this season. It just a 2-0 lead for Monkeys, and they looked so strong in both of those 2 games. And then it's just going to be a complete reversal. It's just going to be a full reverse sweep, and so easy, especially just really coming online in those last 3 games when they needed it most.
Yeah, definitely. It was a really good work overall, and commiserations to Monkeys, but big congratulations to Conduit. Congratulations on your org being useful again. Won't see you as Vanquisher for a while, but yeah, that it will be all from me at least. There will be an interview straight after this, I believe, with Toki and one of the players from the winning team, so do stick around for that. But I'm going to bed, so I will see you all very, very soon. Good night.
Hello, hello, and now Sater has gone to bed because it is 6 in the morning for him, but I am joined here with a winner's interview, and joining me right now is Chrome Alone and So Easy coming out of Conduit. And first off, I want to congratulate you on the reverse sweep, and tell me, how do you feel?
Um, I feel pretty good. I mean, I think in Divinity and Berserker, we both all playoffs went to game 5, so we're pretty comfortable going the distance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I,
no,
I feel I feel pretty good. I was pretty proud of everybody for not losing their cool when it was looking pretty drastic. So,
yeah, I mean, that's the main thing I want to ask about because with the first two games, and I'm sorry for bringing this up, but I feel a little bit better knowing that you did win out in the end. The first two games really did not look good for you. Let's be honest here, but you were still able to come back. You were able to have a very clean 3 games after that. So, what was it that you talked about after that second loss, and what was it that kind of kept your mentals in this series?
Ooh,
uh, I think
you
like
got that.
Soa said, one thing that was big was we do have a lot of Game 5 experience just with this team, and playing both leagues definitely helped with that. Just like extra exposure in Game 5 situations, and also knowing these players, knowing Glada, knowing Grim, who's like subbed on our Thursday league, we were pretty familiar with their champ pools and knew that at a certain point when a lot of the proud picks were gone, we were going to be better as a split one on.
So do you think the fearless format then really helped you win this? And I gotta ask the other question then, since you did bring this up. If this wasn't fearless, do you think you would have still won?
Ooh. Uh, Honestly, I would like to say yes, but I feel like it might be a no. Just because the same picks just wouldn't be out. Like we could be playing similar drafts the whole time. But I mean, I don't know. We would have played the games probably a little differently if it wasn't fearless, but it's tough to say.
So now with this win here, now I gotta ask, is this your first championship as a team, or have you won some of your other leagues as well?
This first one with this team, and I won last split in Divinity as well, but that was with a different squad.
Yeah,
So
that's the first one with this team. I won Risen Rampage like 2 splits ago, but that was kind of Mickey Mouse.
yeah, fair enough. But now that you have one, here's a real question. And I know this is always a bit early to ask. A lot of teams make a lot of changes between seasons, but for now, do you envision you staying together as a team?
Um, Honestly, no. I think we all had a lot of fun playing together, and I think we have really good synergy. And I think every one of this team is very good. So I would. I think we're going a bit of a different direction for the upcoming leagues, but potentially in the future, maybe at the Emerald level, depending on how things line up, we could see somewhat of a similar appearance.
Oh, so this was kind of the swan song for your team, eh?
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately, but a good one to go out on.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I gotta say, and I'm gonna go back a little bit more to the games themselves, but so easy, especially for you up in that top side. First 2 games definitely didn't go great for you, and then games 3, 4, and 5 just absolute one-sided lane dominance. Do you think that is just because of the champion matchups that you had, or did something just kind of click for you and you were just able to win it out?
I think it was more something just clicked, honestly, because the other games we'd play game 1 and 2 where we'd lose, I would still play all right, but we'd lose. And then I don't know, we just get to game 3 and something just turns on.
Now, we did have a theory here on the caster desk because I don't know if you were paying attention to this stream at all, but we did have our Divinity Awards, and you were considered the runner-up MVP of the entire Divinity League. And that was just after game 2. So we thought maybe that's what really lit a fire under you.
I will say, yeah, I did see that. And I mean, credit to Yomi, he's pretty good, but he did get first rounded. So
Yeah, and with your name, that was supposed to be you guys.
yeah, that's true. We had to break the curse.
But now, with that, I don't really have any more questions left. So again, congratulations to you for winning out this series, especially with the reverse sweep. But before we go, do you have any shout outs? Anything you'd like to say to the crowd?
Shout out to Koopa and Ham, or helped this draft for this series and multiple other ones, and Conduit. I'll say that this is my first split with Conduit, and it's a pretty great org.
I agree, and also I thought that the other team played very well. I mean, it's not fun when a series either way goes, to 3-0. It was a great way to win it on game 5, and like I just thought that they played really well. So GG's to the Monkeys team as well.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you to all our viewers as well on behalf of Titan Esports. Thank you very much for coming, watching, and supporting all these teams throughout the entire series, through the entire season of the Divinity League. And once again, congratulations to Conduit Esports for the win. My name was Tokibi. Sater has gone off to bed, but shout out to Sater as well. And shout out to Shivim on prod and Rare Adam observing these finals. Thank you all and hope you have yourselves a great night.